So Caroline, you just got to give me the signal. Oh. Ano, Kaohana, thank you for joining us this morning. Please go ahead and take your seats. We're going to go ahead and, in the words of our former board member, Blaine, we're aiming for an on-time departure this morning. Early check-in for you hotel folks. My name is Kalani. I think many of you know me. I do have the pleasure, though, of opening our session this morning with an oli. As customary for us here at the Hawaii Tourism Authority, we try to start our meetings like this to ground ourselves. We know that there's much going on in our daily lives, personal and otherwise, work, politics, all the things. But I think it's also important that as we come together in moments like this to learn, to connect, reconnect, making sure that we're present is an important part of our work. And so, yep, please come get a seat. And so as we do that, I'm going to ask that as I chant this morning, that you think of a place that rejuvenates you, that grounds you, that helps you be more present in sort of the chaos that we have day to day. And so that's your part of the homework this morning. Sorry to give you homework so early, but it's so good to see so many of you. Kani ka pahu ka pua kua li I ka pua ke ai mololani e. O lali mai nā ai kai li kai I ke kai vili awa kana alo ai. Pū mai lawa hiki no ke a kai ka wainui. E I lau hoi ka hoi koa. O ka hoi o ka hia ke alo. Wai ke aloha. I also have the distinct pleasure this morning to introduce and welcome up our interim president and CEO, Daniel Naho'opi'i, for some opening remarks.
Ano ai me ke aloha, aloha kako. I'd like to welcome everyone this morning and to wish you all a wonderful good morning and a start to a day that's going to be enlightening, invigorating, but most of all, I think a time for us to talk to each other, come up with new ideas, solutions, and move forward together to strengthen our tourism industry. You know, it's going to be a time for us to reflect on what it is that we are as a tourism industry, but more importantly, look forward to that future. Now let's describe about what is Hawaii and the Hawaiian Islands. And the Hawaiian Islands has been, a well-established global travel brand. For a very good reason. Our islands evoke a sense of natural beauty, relaxation, adventure, and luxury. The dream of visiting Hawaii is on many people's bucket lists, and you'll see it in the stats. It's very easy to understand why. But beyond this, our commitment to sustainability and cultural integrity has been a driving force in positioning Hawaii as a top destination. And you'll see that it's very attractive to those cultural, environmentally conscious travelers as well. And we'll hear more about that from our Destination Stewardship branch as they talk about our efforts to protect our unique natural environment, including coral reefs, native species, and continue to enhance our reputation on the global stage for both cultural and environmental integrity. We also take pride in Hawaii's strategic location in the Pacific, which makes us very popular for long-haul destinations, travelers, Asia, right, North America, and also Europe now. And with direct service from most of these major cities, Hawaii remains accessible to millions of people around the world, further strengthening our global appeal. Yet there may be issues that you'll hear as we talk about airlift and arrivals here in Hawaii. That being said, there's also new challenges that we're facing. One of the key discussions today will center around the impact of exchange rates and inflation. As the US dollar strengthens, Hawaii's image has been increasingly become associated with luxury and premium offers. While this certainly appeals to some travelers, it can create a distance between us and maybe a more mid-range traveler, which is important as an important segment for us for long-term sustainability of our tourism industry. A shift towards an image of high cost could potentially limit Hawaii's ability to remain diverse and appealing to an appealing destination for all types of travelers that come here, those who are particularly looking for a high value. At the same time, we see a shift towards domestic tourism, while international visitors are rebuilding and revitalizing that market. While this is important, it brings with it a challenge of maintaining Hawaii's identity as a truly global destination. We must remain mindful of keeping our tourism base diverse to ensure long-term success. And you'll hear different discussions about this factor of our brand attributes. Today, you'll hear from our global marketing teams about the state of the brand and the need for additional marketing resources to strengthen and maintain our competitive edge against other destinations that are coming on our heels. We will discuss how Hawaii's brand health is facing pressures, and we'll explore ways we can meet these challenges head on. We have partnered with Brand USA, who many of you have met back in the fall, to start to engage and strengthen our brand at the international level. We are working on 3 projects currently to support this international brand awareness, building out the Hawaii section of the visittheusa.com, the national destination website. This allows us to reach not only the markets that we have representation right now, but other markets such as Latin America, India, etc., where Brand USA has taken on the responsibility of promoting Hawaii. We've created a travel agent training program in actually multiple languages administered through Brand USA. So we have our existing ones that our current GMTs use, but this will aid in additional training for the reach that Brand USA has. And recently, we engaged Expedia on a short-term campaign in Japan, Canada, and Oceania, Australia, New Zealand, with matching funds from Brand USA and Expedia to take advantage and leverage the scarce resources that we have here. We'll also be addressing the ongoing impact of external factors. Many have talked about the recent wildfires in Los Angeles. While these events have not significantly impacted our largest domestic market, concerns around federal cuts, tariffs, and the uncertainty surrounding them are quite a concern for us, particularly in the meetings and convention sector. One of the things that gets cut early is government travel. Many of our conferences and associations are scientific and research-based, and they are funded by federal grants. Another concern are the tariffs, and you'll hear from many of our GMTs here in Canada and China about how that may affect. Though there's concerns about travel to the US as a whole, we're hoping to take advantage that many of our international markets consider Hawaii a separate place that aligns more with their political views and also has a unique attributes that can overcome some of these political beliefs. As many of you know, Maui's recovery from the recent devastation remains a top priority for us. While there has been some improvements in visitor demand early this year, and you've seen it, Maui's visitor numbers are still down compared to previous years. We will be discussing the critical need for additional funding today to support marketing and recovery efforts for Maui, particularly the US and Canada markets, as well as rebuilding relationships with our international markets, including, and most particularly, Japan. In this year's legislative session, we are seeking an increase in funding for branding and marketing. The governor's administration has been a great partner in this effort, and we'll hear a little more details about that. Supporting our ask started with 70 million and increasing now to a higher amount. In addition to funding for branding and marketing, we are also seeking support for capital improvement projects, including major repairs to our convention center. You know already in 2026, we'll be closing the center to repair the roof leaks. At the same time, we are asking for additional funding to take care of many of the repair and maintenance projects, such as fixing the kitchen side, et cetera, that we can accelerate up during 2026 when the building is closed. So we're asking for additional funding for that. And that's very important to remain strong and capable of supporting this tourism sector, and it's so vital to Hawaii's economy. Finally, we are supporting the governor's efforts to increase the intent to increase transient accommodation taxes if it's in alignment with addressing the impacts of climate change and tourism. It's essential for funding initiatives that ensure long-term resiliency of our tourism industry, particularly with projects that focus on environmental sustainability, protecting the areas most frequented by visitors. Today's conference will provide valuable insights into the pressing issues and more. We'll hear from our international markets, which many of you have met over these years, such China, Japan, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Korea, and Europe, as well as our US marketing arm, as they share efforts to stimulate travel demand, but also adjust to the changing headwinds that face them. You also hear from our meetings and convention team, as well as insights on cruise tourism and airlift. We're also excited to share with you our initiatives of the Destination Stewardship Team, who's implementing a move toward a more regenerative tourism model. These efforts are vital as we look to balance the needs of our visitors with the well-being of our communities and our environment. As we continue to shape the future of tourism here in Hawaii, is more important than ever, as I mentioned, that we work together, tourism industry partners, community organizations, and our stakeholders, residents, to ensure that Hawaii remains a destination that people dream of visiting for years to come. I wanted to thank you again for the ongoing commitment to Hawaii's tourism industry, and we look forward to a productive meeting here and an insightful day as we look to navigate those challenges, yet come up with solutions and position ourselves as a bright and sustainable destination. Mahalo. And now I'd like to turn it over to our chair of the board of the Hawaii Tourism Authority, Mufi Hanneman.
This is a great opportunity for me to come here on behalf of our board, the Hawaii Tourism Authority, and do a couple of things that I'd like to say up front. Number one, I want to acknowledge the work of our staff, from Daniel Nahopi, Kalani, Caroline, and the whole hardworking staff of the HTA. They don't get enough credit for what they do, and we're very, very appreciative. Please put your hands together for the research staff. I'm just going to give you some thoughts that I have relative to where we are today as a Hawaii Tourism Authority. I've said this in the past. Sometimes the HTA is often thought of in many circles as Hawaii tourism afterthought. My view, since I've become chair, is to make this an authority, to make it clear that this is the state agency that sets the policy. This is the state agency that is the advocate for tourism. And I think we're doing it in spades. We have embraced the regenerative tourism model. That's the model that, to me, works. That's the model that says we're going to take the best of what marketing can bring to us. We have a great partner in the HVCB that has been leading the charge for many years, and they're going to continue to do that. And now we talk about destination stewardship, destination management. It's all about making sure that at the end of the day, our local residents will benefit from tourism. And it's important. And we've got a great partner in that in CNHA and Kilohana, helping us be able to take that message from Kauai to Hawaii Island and beyond, that this is important. I'll give you 3 good examples why I really feel very strongly about this. This past summer, we were blessed when over 24 island nations came from the Pacific in this very building and throughout the state of Hawaii. The return on investment was $30 million. And we saw local people come out in mass. Why? Because this was all about looking at our family, our ohana, what makes Polynesia, Melanesia, Micronesia special. So I want to do another commendation at this point. Helping our governor and First Lady Jamie Green as the co-chairs of this event, making this event come to pass with 2 gentlemen that recently got applauded and recognized at our Oscar Awards of our tourism industry we call Napoi Pahana that we have every year. And those 2 individuals are Aaron Salah, there you are, And Kalani, Kahana. They did a wonderful job. November, we went to Maui. Traditionally, 7,000 people come to witness a basketball classic there, the best in the nation. This year, there was a special emphasis on destination management, destination stewardship. Thanks to our friends at Kilohana, they put together a pop-up makeke there at the Royal Lahaina Resort, where the 7,000 folks were encouraged to go down to Royal Lahaina and shop and take advantage of our local artisans, the products that we're putting there, made in Hawaii, bought in Hawaii, eat it in Hawaii. All those things were important. Hundreds of thousands of dollars were accrued as a result of that, local people benefiting from that. And in this very building this weekend, you're going to have the Honolulu Festival that draws attention to our #1 international visitor, Japan. Japanese visitors are coming here. They love the Honolulu Festival. And local people are going to participate in this very event. I was involved with that when it first started back in 1995 when I was a member of the city council, became mayor, I embraced it. And I think that's important. So those are 3 examples that I give to you of why this is important. Our job as a board is to make sure that we're at the big square building. I'll give a salute here to Representative Tam. Thank you. How about a nice time for Representative Tam, our youth tourism chair? Thanks for being here. I know Senator LaCoy is probably listening in or watching, or will be here also, our tourism chair in that regard. It's important that we get you the funds. It's important. I've made that a priority. The board has made that a priority. We want $80 million. And thanks to Governor Green, he gave us a big push in that direction by adding $6 million more to the base budget. So we went from 70 to 76. That additional $6 million, $3 million for USA, $3 million for Japan. That's important. That's important because we've said we need that. We can have all the great plans that are going to be talked about here. We can work with our GMTs to ensure that they are ready to implement those plans. But at the end of the day, if no more kala, no more kupe, it ain't going to happen. And we're in a good place. The governor also released $6.3 million of funds that were restricted, HTA funds that were restricted across the board, as it happens in state government. He's released it so that we can work with HBCB and put together a plan that the board voted upon to go back into California to help and see what we can do to bring Maui back. That's a priority. So we are in a good place. I can tell you too, I'm taking advantage of my position with the Travel Tourism Advisory Board in Washington, D.C., one of 32 national leaders in tourism. Their big push, their big emphasis is sports tourism. That's what they want. And that's what I want, and that's what we all want at the end of the day. LA is primed for some major sporting activity that's going to take place there. Everything from the Olympics to the World Cup to the Super Bowl, all taking place in LA. We want to lay the groundwork for those athletes coming from Asia to stop in Hawaii, stop in Maui, stop in Kauai, stop in Hawaii Islands, stop in Honolulu before they head over to LA. Many good things are coming about. And we are primed to be able to do these things here. So my last pitch to you is all this. Remember this, we are all in this together. We are. It's very important. Yes, we may disagree from time to time on specifics of a plan. Yes, we may disagree from time to time on the level of funding. But at the end of the day, my friends, this is the only industry we have in Hawaii that is working. I have been in state government, former director of DBED, international relations. I've been in county government as a mayor, as a council member. I've been in the hospitality industry, started off as a lot boy to becoming working for, as a tour escort in the summers to where I am now. Everyone has tried to diversify this economy. It's important. Yes, we need to do that so that many of our young people don't move away. But at the end of the day, somehow it always comes back to tourism. A synergistic relationship with tourism, where we take it And we are more than sun, sand, sea, and surf and spirit of the law. We have so many other things that people can come here for. Health tourism, edutourism, environmental tourism, cultural tourism, sports tourism, you name it. This is the epicenter. And it can happen and will continue to happen with your ongoing support. So I thank you again for allowing me to take a few precious moments of your time. Let me now turn it over to a couple of additional members of the staff, some hardworking people that I have the pleasure of working with. They're going to talk about trends and insights. One of them is Jennifer Chun, who is our Director of Tourism Research. Does a wonderful job. We have made her a part of our meetings at the HTA board, where she comes to us with the latest statistics and data, gives her own commentary about how we are doing today and what we need to do to be stronger tomorrow. She's aided in her presentation today by our newly appointed, I believe, as we really support it. She is now our interim ASO, just got promoted. Caroline Anderson is the longest serving employee of the Hawaii Tourism Authority. So, Jennifer, Caroline, come on down. Who's up first? Where's Caroline? Oh. You planned it, yeah, Caroline, so we can kind of applaud for you as you come in and say, there she is, sweet Caroline. Your times never felt so good. So good, so good. I've been crying. Good. Smart, you planned this. I know you do. All these years of being, yeah. Okay, come. No. You're cute. All right, we know it's together. It's all together, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm being challenged right now. Okay. Wait, where's my, all right, here's the presentation. Because after that rousing and inspiring speech, now you get to see numbers. Okay, so we're taking it global as we normally do. So what did we see for 2024? About 1.4 billion international arrivals worldwide. So that's 99% recovery over pre-pandemic levels. And as you know, the recovery was not equal around the world. So if we look at this, so looking at the regions, our EMA regions, Europe, Middle East, and Africa are all doing better than 2019. And we see that our Americas region is doing like a little bit less than 2019, and our friends in Asia Pacific area still recovering. This is not news to anybody, but here are the numbers for you. Looking at the international arrivals for the United States, one of the things that's encouraging to see, so the bright blue line that you see at the top, that's 2019. And then that purpley line almost matches my hair, that is 2024. So one of the things that we're seeing is that 2021, 22, 23, 24, we see this increase slowly increasing, but we're still not anywhere near total 2019 arrivals, even on a monthly basis, when we look at the total US. So then, where are we? This is Hawaii. This is a slide that I usually like to present at the end of my presentation, but I'm having it here in the middle kind of to remind you of all the shocks that we've gone through. And, you know, the biggest shock that we had in recent years, of course, is the pandemic. We're still recovering for our international markets from the pandemic. So we keep on talking about it, right? And then we had the terrible Maui wildfires. And, you know, that has put a dampening impact on the entire state, starting from, you know, September and August and September 2023 and continuing now. But things have been kind of looking up. So when we ended 2024 preliminarily, we did see slightly more arrivals than we did in 2023, nowhere near what we had in 2019. And spending, one other thing, sorry, this spending number here is a little bit more down than it should be because it doesn't include supplemental business expenditures, which is the expenditures that meeting planners and other people are spending. But when we look at total expenditures ending the year with December 2024, we are down 0.2% compared to 2023. So we do expect that the number overall should be less of a decrease, but still we're going to see it being down there. You know, when we look at overall expenditures, that impacts the tax revenues. We're currently estimating it around 2.4 billion. So it's probably going to be flat to 2023 when we do the final, and that final is not coming out till summer. You know, the job supported number, expect a little bit of lift, but the air seats, we had more air seats in 2024 than we did in 2023. This is the DBED forecast. I would like to call your attention to the fact that it is Q4 2024, and you're like, it's March. Why are you not having the new forecast? Because guess what? The new forecast comes out at 9 a.m. and we are too early by like 45 minutes. So later today, please go to the DBED website and check out the new forecast. Yeah, sorry. I can't cross the lines. I can't put out the data too early because that'll mess up all the all the media stuff. Okay, so anyway, please check that out. But one thing I can share with you is that we are expecting that the growth for 2025 through 2027 to be downgraded from what you see here on this screen. You know, we have taken into account everything that's going on, all the uncertainty. You know, when we did the new forecast, I think it was last week, you know, we didn't really know what the tariff situation was, and we tried to be a little bit conservative. So later today, when you see it, you can enjoy that. Okay, but good news is that we are still the #1 most desired destination for our biggest market, our US market. See, #1, 68% of all of the visitors in this MMGY survey want to go to Hawaii in the next 2 years. I mean, it's followed by the other warm destinations. We got Florida, California, Colorado. It's not so warm, but you know, it is during the summer. But those are the desirable destinations. So I feel good about some of the prospects, but how that materializes, because as Daniel said, you know, we don't know how it's going to turn out with all these federal layoffs, all the tariffs, other things like that. But at least the intent is there. People want to come. When it's not saying they're coming next month, but in the next couple of years, they want to come. So that brings us to how they can come. So these are looking at domestic air seats. And one of the things you will notice, okay, so we have a few columns of numbers here, 23, 24, 25 preliminary that we pulled earlier this month. And then the change from 25 to 23 and the change of 25 to 24. So if you look at that, okay, Oahu has positive change compared to 2023, but compared to 2024, it's going to be down. Maui also is going to be down. Like, for example, 2023 is a lot down because, you know, it was strong in the first part of 2023 for Maui, but we all know, we've heard the schedule changes. It's going to continue to be down for Maui. For Kona, also down. Where's our friends from Kauai? You're getting more air seats? So the US market, it is down slightly compared to 2024, but except for Kauai. Okay, so now, okay, thank you, Blaine. So now if we look at air seats by country, we see some not so great trends. So this time around, instead of 23, we're turning 2019, 2024, 2025. And that change from 2025 versus 2019 is really dramatic. And in fact, the only the only areas that you see that increase is from the Philippines, so Mabuhay, all of them, and then the US market. And then when we look at 25 versus 24, again, we have, look, more seats for Kiwis and then more seats for the Philippines, and we're actually a decrease in overall seats for that US market, as you saw in the previous slide. So now, this is something Jeffrey wanted me to remind you of. Okay, so this is June. So this is not year-to-date June, this is just June 2025 over June 2024. So as we go into summer break, where are we going to be? And these are all of the carriers. So like you see the West Coast numbers, you see the other domestic numbers. It's all not great, when you look for the summer. So for you hoteliers out there, I don't know what your booking pace is looking like, but you're getting less people that are going to be able to come. The capacity is going to be lower. So that's something that's kind of important. And so where do you see the biggest decreases? You see the biggest decreases there on Maui, and also similar for Kona is a little bit down, and then the least down is Kauai again. So that is only good news for Kauai, but for the other islands, so then, hopefully we'll have higher load factors to fill those seats, even though there are fewer. So with that, Caroline. Thank you, Jen. Yeah. I wanted to come in with a crash landing, just kidding. Now, Jen is a hard act to follow. Her energy, her brilliant mind. And so I just wanted to share with you what's happening on the other side of the visitor statistics. And, we also look at resident sentiment, visitor satisfaction, and brand health. And in a nutshell, everything is holding steady or improving a little bit, right? And so, which is good news for all of us as a destination. We want to make sure our residents, are, good with tourism, that we have an excellent visitor product and we're offering an excellent experience for our visitors. And, as far as the destination brand, that is healthy. And what we look at for that is destination awareness, chatter, consideration, favorability, and intent to travel. And if you've ever gone to our website, the research section, Jen is amazing for keeping that all up to date. And there's a wealth of information that I would highly encourage everyone to go look into, because, from there you can see how we are doing as a destination. If I may interject, I wanted to let you know that resident sentiment study is actually in the field right now. So all you Hawaii residents, even though you are in the industry, please answer that survey. You are not excluded, so please take that survey. If you get the call, it's random, so you might not. But then the visitor satisfaction, we put out the Q4 report yesterday. And then that brand health report, we do it for both regular visitors and those who identify as responsible travelers, and it's updated weekly. Weekly data, who would have thought? Okay, so next I'm just going to talk about what are we doing in terms of our planning efforts. But before I begin, I would just like to first thank our board members, Chair Hanneman, Vice Chair Mahina, I believe members Todd Apo is here, and I think online we have Lisa Paulson, Kimberly Agas online as well. And I just wanted to thank them for their guidance of the Hawaii Tourism Authority and the staff. Without them, we could not do the good work that we do for the people of Hawaii. And thank all of you, our industry, our community members, for being partners with us, because we need all of you to help move Hawaii and our industry and the visitor experience for us and our residents.
So with that, what are we planning? So basically, we have a bunch of plans that we are in the works on developing. One is our tourism strategic plan. That's our 5-year plan for our agency. We are working on gathering data, reaching out to the visitor industry community to get feedback. We're also in the process of developing our next round of destination management action plans. And you'll see more of that work being done in the near future. What I want to point out is, what we are striving for is a collective vision for Hawaii's tourism. And we want to make sure that all of you have a voice in developing this with us. So as we start going out into communities and holding meetings as well, please participate, give us your input. We're also going to be doing surveys because we really want to hear from you, because we think it's super important that if we all have that collective vision of what we're striving for and we are all in it together, then we can move forward together best for our destination. And so that's what's coming up. We are looking at completing these plans by the end of the year. And I just, again, thank all of you. And I want to also thank our legislators too for providing us the funding to make this work possible as well. Thank you. So with that, I'd like to call Kalani to talk about destination stewardship and the amazing things happening there.
Thanks, Caroline. I'm really grateful to lead a new team at HTA. So many of you may have followed along previous legislative sessions. And really, I think I want to just start by thanking Chair DeCoit and Chair Tom here as our tourism chairs, our subject matter chairs, and all the legislators who saw the vision of community and who heard the voices of our community and their constituents in wanting to manage the impacts of tourism, both good and bad. How do we amplify the positive and mitigate the negatives? And so I really want to thank them, because today, like Daniel mentioned earlier, and I'm going to throw them off, so pay attention. I want to introduce, and I want you guys to be able to put some names and faces together. And so if any of you saw Milton out on the registration table, and he still might be out there signing in people, he's our new sports, oh, no, he's right here, he's in. Milton, if you don't mind standing up, please. Milton Lakitanga is our new sports tourism brand manager. And so how Chair mentioned our emphasis on sports tourism, we now have a dedicated staff member to that role, to that work, to drive that impact at sort of a marquee level and sort of a community level combined, so that we can really support the national strategy at a state level. I'm really also proud to introduce our new destination managers. And so I also want to shout out some of our former destination managers who are in the room, who paved the roadway for some of them. And so Kat, I know you're here, and she's with the Oahu Visitors Bureau these days, but Kat is the former Oahu destination manager, and she laid the foundation for Blaine, and he's our timekeeper up front here. So Blaine is our new Oahu destination manager. Blaine Andrade joins us from the industry, but really looking to drive impact here on Oahu. I'm going to go ahead and move next to Kui Adolfo up in the top right-hand corner of this here. She's our destination manager for Molokai. I'm going to move to her left, and I'm going to introduce Megan Digaya, our Maui and Lanai destination manager. And I'm going to keep kind of following along the road here, and I'm going to introduce Lindsay Sanborn next. She's our brand manager on the destination stewardship team. And then I'm going to come all the way across the room, because she thought she could hide, but she could never. But none other than Patty Ornelas, our destination manager from Kauai. And a couple of our other staff are out sick. They've got whatever bug is going around. And so Didi is our brand manager with the destination stewardship team, and Milen is with our team as well. And so we round out a team of a total of 10. And we're actually looking to onboard our Hawaii Island destination manager March 24th. So like Jen, I can't bury the lead or I can't spoil the lead ahead of time, but that person will be joining us March 24th and rounding out our destination stewardship team. All of them are HTA staff. All of them are full-time employees of the authority. The destination managers are based on the islands that they're living on. And again, it's a commitment to making sure that we have on-island representation in community to be eyes and ears for all of us, and making sure, like Caroline mentioned in the planning, all of that sort of flows up and informs not only our brand marketing efforts, but our planning efforts, and then the actual implementation of our destination management action plans. Next, I have the privilege to introduce another amazing team that Chair Hanneman alluded to earlier as well, and it's Kilohana by CNHA, or the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. Their work with us as a support team to HTA to further our goals in destination stewardship have been immeasurable and incredible. And so they're led by Tyler Gomes, if I could. And then we have Kaini Araneta. We also have Carmelo. And then I think we also have other folks, Lae, formerly John. Anybody else I'm missing from Kilohana? Is that everybody? That's everybody? Awesome. And so what I want to do is I'll bring up Kaini now, and he's going to run you through some of the specific programming that we're doing in destination stewardship to realize the regenerative tourism model that Daniel mentioned. And we can't do it without community support, without industry support, without our legislative support, and of course our board as well. And I also want to recognize board member David Arakawa, who's joined us as well. And so mahalo to all of you who make this work possible and who support us in this work. There's so many names, and I will probably forget some. And so if I forgot you, I'm sorry. But yeah, Kaini, the floor is yours. Mahalo nui.
All right, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, Jen and Caroline, for all that data, because in my presentation, we have pictures and videos. So enjoy. My name is Kaini with Kilohana. We are so happy to be here to give you folks the Destination Stewardship Support Services update. This is what we're going to be going over today. First, I'll introduce the Kilohana team. We'll go over our visitor education post-arrival marketing program, jump into our foundational technical assistance and community tourism collaboratives, and then we'll unpack what Umeke is, look into our smart tourism destination app, move over to our tour guide certification, and wrap up with our curator certification program. So Kilohana is stemming from Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement, and Kilohana exists because we uplift Hawaii's people to celebrate Hawaii's excellence for a global audience on a global stage. This is our leadership team, Tyler Iwakepa Gomes, and Nadine Pomeroy is our executive assistant. Our Umeke team is led by Carmela Rizuma. She is our Destination Stewardship Director. She oversees Fred Agami, who is our program manager. And then our three fearless program specialists who are always there, standing by, ready to help. We have Tina Louise, Brooklyn Lewis, and Ine Jackson. Our marketing and communications team is comprised of Daniel Ikaika Ito, and Marika Higgins is our graphic design strategist. And lastly, but not least, Lae Alo, who is managing our curator certification program. This is an example of our ads. Once visitors arrive, we quickly show these messages at the baggage claims. As you can see, we are introducing and educating our visitors that Hawaii is not just home to people, but it's also home to some of the most endangered species. So just getting that quick message in front of them is helping our visitors travel responsibly. These are more digital display examples. We make sure that we have a wide range of different types of events. Sports tourism, fashion shows, music events, volunteerism opportunities, agritourism opportunities. We make sure that we try and get as much information as we can to help our visitors travel responsibly and help steward their behaviors while they're here in the islands. These are just more examples. You can also see our ads on social media, Facebook, Instagram, now. These are just quick little examples. Kalani's trying to get us back on track for time, so I'm just going to switch through, move through these slides quickly. These are the displays, work posts, active beat, Healthline. And then part of our visitor education program, we started launching Travel 808. Travel 808 is in collaboration with KHON2 and Nexstar, Core Group 1. We worked with Kamakapili to help develop the first 5 episodes of Travel 808, where visitors can watch these episodes, and they can get examples of where to participate in volunteerism opportunities, how they can interact with local small businesses at the KCC market, and also different types of visitor experiences that our visitors can partake in. This is our KPI thermometer for the purposes of this presentation. All you need to know is that Kilohana exceeded every single KPI. Festival was, Chair Heineman alluded to this, but let's watch our first video. Wait, where did it go? There it is.
The smiles on the faces of our brothers. We knew the trouble pushing down on people's shoulders. We gotta feel each other's purpose and aloha. Let us show aloha. With the smiles on the faces of our brothers. We knew the trouble pushing down on people's shoulders. We gotta feel each other's purpose and aloha.
So over 3 days, we're able to host Lahaina Festival and not only uplift the people down in Lahaina, but also to help that community heal. And that's a big part of destination stewardship, is strategically placing these events so that it is synergistically benefit, so that our visitors can have a great visitor experience, but also they can get in front of locally owned, Native Hawaiian owned businesses so that we can help start boosting the economy down there. This event was in partnership. I have to call out Maui County, Kapoi, Hawaii Tourism Authority, Hawaii Community Foundation, Royal Lahaina Resort and Bungalows, United Airlines, and the Council for Native Hawaiian Advancement. All of this collaboration together helped us put together this event. Moving on to our foundational technical assistant programs and our collaborative tourism community programs. There we go.
Conversations like we've been having at the foundational technical assistance workshops are really important to making sure that we're bringing to fore the topics that we've heard from residents. Residents time and time again have told us about what they wanted to see in managed tourism, how they wanted to see it be done differently. What does regenerative tourism look like? How do we define it? And so conversations like the panels today here on Maui and on the other islands really help us do that in an island-centric way. Again, moving some of those conversations and leadership to islands and making sure that they're tailored to and specific for each island.
What it really comes down to is knowing your core values, who you are as a business and as a person, and what you're willing to bend with, and what are your non-negotiables for how you're going to operate this.
As a small business, our goal is to have a big impact. And how can we do that within our community and for visitors who come from further away? It was a nice conversation today talking about visitors within Hawaii. When you visit a different moku, you are a visitor of that land, but also coming from places further away, across the continent, from other countries, things like that, and what you want that experience to be.
To be able to sit and listen to the type of people that were chosen to be on the panels was really incredible. The dynamic viewpoint of opinions and discussions that were generated was really, I think, incredible. One of the key points talked about was the need for more conversations like this. They are incubators of new and novel ideas in themselves, and that was really fantastic.
Our foundational technical assistance program spanned across the state of Hawaii, from Kauai to Oahu, Maui, and Hawaii Island. All of these different workshops took place at different parts of the island, allowing our residents to connect with people in the visitor industry. Over the 7 workshops, we reached 311 participants connecting with the visitor industry to help build capacity in marketing and perpetuating our culture. This is the start of our community tourism collaboratives. This is our community stewardship cohort program.
One of the goals we also had was in managing tourism hotspots. We see them, we feel them as Kama'aina as we move around the state. For us at HTA, we really wanted to make sure that we were doing it in collaboration and partnership, where we empower community solutions. And the Community Tourism Collaborative for Community Stewardship really is the brainchild that became.
And so we went directly into those communities to seek out leaders and stewards who are willing to really take on that kuleana and in providing them with resources and empowering them really to take control of the way in which tourism not just interacts with their aina, but also impacts it, but really restoring not just the access to aina and place, but also a sense of responsibility and ownership of these places.
So our initiative is still at a baby stage, and this program is helping us get to the next level and giving us not just the money that we need, but the connections with people and organizations that can help us.
What we're doing through support with this opportunity is planting future kupuna that will feed our mo'opuna for generations to come. So we're planting the groves of hala that can be used for generations of weavers. We're planting uli that can feed our kiki and mo'opuna in the future. So we're really planting a long-term vision for this place, thanks to support from this funding opportunity.
HTA really had in mind a program that would give back to the community. And you know that historically tourism has been incredibly extractive. And so Kilohana was able to bring to the table its network of partners, community organizations to really uplift the local businesses, our nonprofits, our community organizations who might need just a little leg up in making sure that their impact in the industry is seen and felt.
For our community stewardship program, I saw him walk in. His name is Brandon, and he's in the back. He is actually the heartbeat of our community tourism collaborative programs, and he works for Solutions Pacific. So Brandon is really the one that was able to bring all of these people together. Yeah, he thought he could slide in, but I saw you from the back. This is welcoming these organizations who are part of our cohort. I would like to name them out loud in this room. Hawaiian Civic Club of Wahiawa, North Shore Community Land Trust, Maui Land Restoration, Kalakaua Conservancy, Initiative. And without them really taking a chance on us, this would not have been possible. We have 9 cohort members over 5 islands. They were able to receive $400,000 in indirect funding and consultation in 8 different areas, and they had 27 consultant meetings. There's a spotlight for East Maui Land Restoration, led by Napuahu'eu and Honomanu To'olau Maui. The technical assistance gained through this program equipped the organization with tools to aid in gaining long-term stewardship rights, allowing further restoration work to take place. Community Tourism Collaboratives was also a regenerative experiences program.
That those experiences that visitors to do when they're in the island were not being driven by access to mine. The CTC for regenerative experiences, again, is a fulfillment of that kuleana, but also again to push the envelope to realize regenerative tourism and make sure that we're making those investments in the product here, but also empowers our community to gain the economic benefits that they do from these tours and experiences.
Many of our participants and recipients have ongoing experience in the community, or they've got ideas, and having them flesh it out in a way that is regenerative both in practice but also in a value system was really important.
With the support of this regenerative experiences program, we've been able to take something that has continued to provide just great value to our community, to schools, to locals, and be able to expand it now further to larger groups and organizations.
Being part of this inaugural cohort has meant so much to this farm and to me personally. We have been stewarding this INA since 2010, and should be acknowledged for the good work that we're already doing within the visitor industry and to take it to the next level, to connect in the tourism industry in a positive way, and to get visitors come and experience what we do. We're just so grateful.
We are so proud and excited to present 15 brand new regenerative experiences to the market. These projects span across the entire Paina, across 5 islands representing all of our continents. We're so excited for what each of our cohort members bring, not just to our community, but to overall fulfilling the goals of Hawaii Tourism Authority. And we look forward to future opportunities to uplift our communities.
These are the cohorts for our Regenerative Experiences program. We have Common Ground Kauai, Aloha with Touch Kauai, North Shore Eco Tours, Uluna Farm, Honpa Hongwanji, Hawaii Busuin, Kahuku Farms, Kauai, Kauai Trust, Kauai Arts, Ahina Farms Maui, Analakai Adventures, Ancient Leaf Tea, Manapapa, Tea Hawaii and Company. I do also want to call out, I saw them walk in from Analakai Adventures. They are here today. Program that just coincidentally we decided to feature them on our spotlight slides. So they operate on Hawaii Island in Keauhou Bay. They are the only non-motorized wa'a company in Keauhou Bay. And what this program allowed them to do is allow them to host up to 1,000 more visitors in 2025 with an expected boost in revenue of $75,000 to $100,000. Moving on to our umeke program. So umeke literally translated means gourd, bowl, but figuratively, it is something that holds sustenance for us. And in partnership with and powered by the Hawaii Tourism Authority, we wanted this to be a symbol of how we can regenerate tourism dollars right back into our community so that it can not only benefit our visitor experiences, but build up the small businesses, nonprofit organizations that help build and perpetuate our culture. These are the 5 different funding programs: Ho'okipa Malihini Initiative, Hawaiian Programs, Arts and Cultural Practitioners in Resort Areas, Kahu'aina, community initiatives that contribute to the responsible management, improvement, and protection of Hawaii's natural resources, Kukuluola, community initiatives that contribute to protecting and enhancing the Hawaiian culture within the tourism industry, our community enrichment program, which I like to say, Kalani likes to say, for the community, by the community, and our signature events, which is our large-scale events that have an international reach. 2024 Omeka Spotlight is Pohaha i Kalani. They are a small nonprofit organization that operate down in Waipio Valley. As most of you know, the Waipio Valley is one of our tourism destination hotspots. And what Kulia, Tolentino Potter, and Jesse Potter do is that they help take these visitors down into Waipio Valley and help do some restoration work that is much needed down in Waipio. This picture here, we just visited a couple weeks ago. This is actually called Kilohana Lookout. So you can oversee all the work that is being done down in Waipio Valley from this lookout. Another spotlight here, the art and legacy of Hawaiian surfing, located across multiple islands. And this is a Kukuluola program led by Carolyn Kuali'i. They fostered partnerships with 6 Hawaii-based art organizations and 1 community business. Just a quick little plug. Humeke is open right now. You folks know anybody that wants to apply for this. The deadline is April 1st at 4:30 p.m. Moving on to our Go Hawaii app, Kilohana, in partnership with Sasato, was tasked with looking at a destination stewardship app. What we recognize is one thing, it's really easy to say, create a destination stewardship app, but we didn't know the who, what, when, where, why, and how. And this study allowed us to unpack what those possibilities could be. So we started with over 100 different stakeholders. Sasato reached out to over 100 different people to conduct interviews to look at what would be most important in a destination stewardship app. As you can see, all of our stakeholders have a wide range of backgrounds coming from tourism, government, community organizations, apps and technology, and suppliers. From their interviews and from those stakeholder interviews, Sasato was able to narrow it down to 9 broad categories: local culture and experiences, community and social features, visitor engagement and assistance, travel purchases, transportation, retail, food, and business integration. But what's really exciting is we're able to get to this point, which is finding what's most important when creating this app. We looked at what's important for destination management and what is important for visitor experiences. And if you look at the top right quadrant, you can see the core of what we found. Reservations and capacity management was important, real-time information and alerts, navigation and location-based services, multilingual capability seemed deemed most important from this one study. Moving on to our tour guide certification, Kilohana was tasked with updating our tour guide certification that was previously from Kapiolani Community College. After some stakeholder interviews and some curriculum development, we created a course that that goes over 14 different modules, topics ranging from Hawaiian history to safety and cultural sensitivity and awareness. Right now, this is in the final stages, but we are reviewing it one last time with stakeholders to make sure that we have a quality product to bring to market. This is an example of what the interface looks like as of right now. Lastly is our curator certification program. Curator is Hawaii Tourism Authority's mark of responsible tourism that launched in June, and 69 organizations from travel industry stakeholders to community. 69 organizations were certified before the end of the year. And we have major Japan tour operators, HIS, JAPAC, and JTB Hawaii earned their curator certification. These are a small example of who is currently curator certified. So it's ranging from big airlines to small businesses. This is our current statistics. We have 192 organizations registered, 69 organizations certified, and 48 organizations currently live on the curator's website. This concludes our presentation. Once again, my name is Kaini with Kilohana. What is your questions? We have no questions. Feel free to reach out to me. My contact information is right there. Kaini Kilohana, uplifting Hawaii's people to celebrate Hawaii's excellence for a global audience on a global stage. Thank you.
I just want to echo my gratitude to the Kilohana team. It's an incredible honor, and I'm humbled to lead that work on behalf of the HTA. I hope you saw the vision that we have for destination stewardship and destination management in our reporting of our activities. So grateful to the team. I also want to give our Raylene folks some time to feel comfortable to grab a seat now. It's a good time if you guys want to squeeze in, or if folks want to scoot in so that they can grab a seat on the end. We'd love for you to have a seat because we got some more time. We'll be here for a little while. So I just want to make sure everybody has a seat. So please feel comfortable to grab a seat. It's now my distinct honor and pleasure to introduce somebody that's been with our team for quite a long time, and we're so grateful to her leadership in the cruise space, and she's really helped us sort of navigate, pun intended, many challenges over the years, and also some strategy to help us really kind of reimagine what our cruise market could look like, and how do we manage some of the mitigation work, or the work to make sure that, you know, when visitors are, Shannon, what's the word when you get off a boat? I don't know. Disembark, thank you. I was like deplane, but they don't have wings. And so, you know, sometimes cruise travel can be challenging for us in that regard, and in relationships to stewardship. And so I just want to thank Shannon for her leadership. Her experience on the operations side has really made that possible. But you're going to hear more of our strategy for the cruise market, and it's my pleasure now to introduce Shannon McKee. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Kalani, and thank you, everyone. My name is Shannon McKee. I am with Access Cruise, and I've been working with the Hawaii Tourism Authority for 10 years now. Going on 10 years, I know it's kind of crazy, but you know, Hawaii is one of my happy places, so I'm always happy to be here. A little bit about my background, for those of you that don't know, my cruise background, I used to work on board the cruise ships. In fact, with Norwegian Cruise Line, I was a cruise director, and that does not leave your blood easily, so I have bingo prepared for everybody. But Kalani keeps telling me no. I did prepare a trivia question for you because what many people don't know is that Hawaii has a long history with the cruise industry. In fact, does anybody know in the early 20th century, there was a cruise line that established regular service from the mainland to Hawaii? Does anybody know who that is? Matson, love it. Matson Navigation Company. So that started in 1906. Now, ships have been coming since the 1800s. So there's a long history when it comes to cruise in Hawaii. And I always like to start all of my presentations with this slide. So forgive me if you've seen this before, but I'm going to do it again because we are a very small part of the visitors that come to Hawaii, but I think we're an important part. We're an important vertical. And Jen, I can't believe you left us out because we have some good news to share today. We are one of the good news stories for 2025. But the benefits of cruise, there's lots of benefits of cruise when they come in. Number one, the sampling. You know, guests come in for the first time maybe on a cruise ship, but they come back because who doesn't want to come back to Hawaii once they've had a small taste? The other thing is that they redistribute the guests to all the neighbor islands. The cruise ships don't necessarily call just in one port. They try to hit multiple islands when they come in. There's a sustainability initiative there. We have natural sustainability here in the Hawaiian Islands with our infrastructure. So cruise is never going to become too large. So we like that. Promotion and ambassadors. We have lots of time on board in which we are promoting all things about Hawaii. So there's a lot of education that can take place when guests are on board the ships before they arrive. It takes 5 days to get to Hawaii from the mainland and 5 days to go back. There's a small footprint. In fact, 30 to 80% of guests will take an organized tour. So they are not the ones that are going into the neighborhoods. They're the ones that are going with organized, with small tour operators. They're helping the mom and pops out there, the entrepreneurs out there that want to work with the cruise industry. The cruise lines contract with them, and they're the ones that are taking your guests on tour. So we also, the cruise industry, their primary season is in the shoulder season for Hawaii. So when our numbers in Hawaii go a little bit lower and they dip in the fall or in the spring, that's when the cruise lines come in mass. They come in mass really in September, October, and then again in April, March, April, and May. So we support the local community. So there's a lot of good things that cruise offers for sure. But let's get into what's happening in the cruise industry right now, because the cruise industry, you know, everybody had a hard time at COVID, but the cruise industry came to a screeching halt. They were at nothing at that point in time. They were shut down, but they have really bounced back, and they have bounced back above their 2019 levels, which not everybody else has. So 2025 is going to be another record year. 2024 was a record year. 2025 is another record year. We have 90 plus cruise brands out there, 461 cruise ships, 400,000 people sailing, and 400,000 people will carry an estimated 36 million passengers this year in 2025. The largest source market continues to be the U.S., and the Caribbean continues to be the largest of the regions that hold the cruise ships. And the cruise ships are becoming bigger and bigger. And the Caribbean, they want those. We see cruise capacity forecast expected to grow by another 10% over the next 5 years. And the cruise industry expects to see about 43 million people in 2033 with 518 vessels. Now, what's interesting about that is pre-pandemic, we were hitting that 500 vessel mark. But what happened is when the pandemic hit, the cruise lines got rid of a lot of their ships. They sold them off. They sent them off for scrap metal because they're looking for more efficient ships that are more sustainable. That is a big initiative for the cruise industry, which I think aligns with what everything is that Hawaii is trying to do as well. One of the ways that they have been able to increase and get these record numbers is because the ships that are coming out today, they have on the newer vessels, they have more suites, they have more balcony cabins. So while there are definitely more guests on board, they're also putting more high-end cabins on board, and that's driving some of the pricing. They continue to look for cost-cutting measures. They also look for more fuel-efficient itineraries. And the fresh wallet is something that they've learned from and continue to expand upon. And what is a fresh wallet? That is that they get everyone to purchase up front. So they have beverage packages. You want an all-inclusive beverage package, you can purchase that up front. Your shore excursions, purchase those before you get on board. Go ahead and take care of that now. You want a spa treatment, purchase that now. So when they come on board, all of that's already hit their credit card and they feel like they have a fresh wallet again and they're ready to spend, which is great for Hawaii because hopefully they're coming ashore and they're spending on made in Hawaii products, right? They're out there and they are shopping. The 4 largest cruise corporations are Carnival Corporation, Royal Caribbean, MSC, and NCL, who is, of course, in our backyard. But we're going to talk a little bit more about what that looks like for us. Some of the trends happening in 2025. So we have new ports and destinations. This is really interesting because the cruise ships, some of them, especially Royal Caribbean comes in and out of here with some of the largest ships that we've seen in Hawaii, the Quantum of the Seas. They hold about 4,000 passengers and they can really only get into Honolulu. They can come into Kona, but they really struggle. Our infrastructure really doesn't support a ship that vessel, but they're building them bigger. In fact, the Icon of the Seas holds 7,500 guests. Yes, 7,500 guests, you know, of your favorite friends and family there on board. But you know, what's interesting about this is that those cruise lines are now purpose building their own destinations. They have Perfect Day at Coco Cay. They've announced Perfect Day in Mexico. So they are actually purpose building their destinations because they know that they're going to have to support these vessels from cradle to grave. And so that is the way that they are doing this. And they are truly floating cities. We have expedition cruising growth, which is great. I think that that's a great market for Hawaii too. They're the very small vessels, under 200 guests that are there, and they're looking for new and unique places to go. We also have theme cruise expansion, music cruises, wellness cruises. So that's really become a hot target. Technology. The cruise lines did not sit back and do nothing during the pandemic. In fact, they doubled down and they invested in technology. They have facial recognition. They're using AI. They really did a lot. They have the wearable technologies. They put a lot of money into their apps, and that's really paid off for them. Local experiences, they're looking always for more deeper cultural immersive experiences. So we have started working, Access Cruise, and I'll go into a little bit more on this. We've started working more with some local community members that are interested in working in the cruise industry and helping and educating them on how to work with the cruise industry. You know, there's smaller groups, 10, 20 people, but there is a way, and the cruise lines, they want that for their guests. Sustainability initiatives. Of course, they're always looking for cleaner fuels. They're looking for shore power, waste management. They're always looking for more efficiency and sustainability initiatives. Health and safety is a continued focus for them, and they are giving people more flexible booking policies, and that allows them to keep their numbers up. And like I said, 2025 is going to be another record year. So here's just a little bit of what the industry looks like as a whole. 461 ships, 36 million passengers, 90 plus cruise brands. Here's some new ones. Aurora, Orient Express is a new luxury brand that's going to be coming out, as well as Four Seasons is coming out at the end of this next year. 65 billion in sales and 67 new vessels on order over the next 10 years. Now, you know, the cruise industry is still relatively small when you look at the visitor industry as a whole, but we are growing. So here's the new builds. The trend for the new builds has been either extremely large Or now we see a shift back into some of the very small boutique niche market luxury brands. In fact, the Four Seasons brand only holds, it's less than 200 people on board. And so we see the shift back to that as well for people that want that more intimate experience. Now, we don't know for sure because it hasn't been officially announced, but even Royal Caribbean has announced that they're going to be coming out with a new Discovery line. So while they went with the Icon class vessels that holds the 7,500 passengers, what we're hearing is they may go back and they may have a new line of cruise ships that are going back to that smaller 2,500, 2,000 guests, because that's what we're seeing people want. So I just thought I'd share a little bit about the cruise segmentation here. And so we understand that what is actually coming into Hawaii. Look at what's coming into Hawaii. The bottom line, that is your contemporary brands. That's where we get the bulk of our business. And that's where everybody gets the bulk of their business because that's about 80% of the business, 67% here. Then we have the premium lines, which we have some great premium lines that come in here, great premium partners. We have Holland America and Princess that are here on a regular basis. When it comes to the contemporary brands, obviously our best friend in our backyard and our partner is Norwegian Cruise Line. And then you have the small luxury ships that come in and out. They're usually on a world cruise. We don't see them that frequently, and they're a little bit smaller, but they have a higher spend. Here's what the major sailing regions look like. As I said in the beginning, 40% the Caribbean continues to dominate the market. In fact, they're just a little bit up, but that's because as these large ships launch, most of the time they will put them into the Caribbean as a starting point. Asia also likes the very large, new, shiny vessels, but they haven't been able to rebuild Asia to what it was pre-pandemic yet. The Med is about flat, whereas Northern Europe, Alaska are slightly down. South America and Australia are also slightly down. But in Hawaii, Norwegian is our number one, followed by Princess, Holland America, Royal Caribbean, Carnival, MSC, Celebrity, and Disney. So here's a little bit about what this looks like for us when we start going out and working in the marketplace. There are four major conglomerates. You have Carnival Corporation. So when I'm talking to Carnival Corporation, I'm talking to Carnival Cruise Line, Costa, Princess, Holland America, P&O. P&O Australia is going away, but we see Cunard out here, Seabourn. You have Royal Caribbean Group. Now, Royal Caribbean Group is growing huge growth numbers here. Royal Caribbean being the largest, but we also have Celebrity, TUI, Hapag-Lloyd, and Silver Seas there. MSC is the only privately owned of all of these corporations. The reason why that matters is because we're going to continue to see great growth out of her. She comes out of the Mediterranean. She is privately owned, family owned, and while everybody else went into severe debt during the pandemic, MSC was diversified into cargo and containers, and they are sitting on a load of money that they are putting into the cruise industry and building new ships at a rapid pace. And then, of course, we have Norwegian Cruise Line, which is the fourth largest of the cruise lines out there, with also Oceania and Regent. So what's happening in Hawaii? Who do we see coming into Hawaii? In Hawaii, we have about 95% of the cruise brands visiting Hawaii come from North America. So the U.S. international brands are about 55%, whereas the U.S. flagged, which is Norwegian Cruise Line, the pride of America, that's about 40% that's coming in. And in the market segment, we're getting about 60% of the contemporary brands, while premium brands are close to 38%, and luxury niche market really is at that 3%. If you look at 2025 to 2026, that I'm about to dig into a little bit more, about equal as far as the brands that are going to be coming in and visiting in Hawaii. And we can see the cruise brands here. I listed them like for like. Some years we get cruise lines coming in on their world cruises. They'll skip a year. They usually come in every other year. What we're going to see as we go in here, Norwegian Cruise Line is reducing some sailings in 2026, but we saw a nice hefty lift in 2025 because she put a series of sailings out of the Oceania region to Hawaii that she has not done before, and we're seeing her come more frequently in the summer. Princess was doing some shifting and they pulled back in 2025, but they're back in 2026 to their previous capacity. Carnival Cruise Line is also increasing their capacity in 2026. Disney's absent from Hawaii in 2026, but she will be back. And Royal Caribbean, we're seeing some significant numbers coming back from her. So here's the data that we pull from Hawaii port call. And if you take a look at 2025, we see some big lifts in Hilo. We see a slightly downturn for Honolulu, as well as Kona, but we see lift in Kahului as well as Kauai, and the Maui totals are up. Now we see a flip in 2026 as of now, whereas Hilo goes back down, still above 2024 levels, but a little below 2025. We see a big lift in Honolulu. We're back to flat levels of 2024 for Kona, whereas Kahului dips a little bit again, Kauai dips a little bit again, but overall, I think it's a nice lift. And 2026 numbers, I will say, are still incomplete. So usually the way I can see the numbers, I can only see about 18 months out. So the Q4 of 2026 is still not solidified. So we may see some lift coming in Q4 of 2026 still. But here's a little look at what each port looks like. As I said, Honolulu, we see a lift in 2025. Well, we see the numbers go down slightly in 2025. The port calls actually go up. We go from 146 calls to 148 calls. So what we're seeing there is there's some smaller ships coming in versus the very large ships. And then we see a dip in the port calls in 2026, but we see an increase in the numbers, which means we're getting some larger ships coming in. Hilo, again, we see a nice lift in 2025 in the port calls, as well as the numbers, and then we see it dip back down to 2024 levels for now. Kailua Kona, the same thing. We see a nice lift in 2025. We've seen some of the ships, especially the royal ships, have had to move some of their capacity to Kailua Kona because one of their favorite hotspots was, of course, Lahaina. Without being able to come into Lahaina, those larger ships, they cannot get into Hilo. They cannot get into Kauai. So what they're doing is they're moving the ships over to Kona. So Kona's gotten some nice lift there. Kauai, the cruise ship passengers, again, a big jump in Kauai's numbers as far as the number of port calls coming in, and then that levels off again in 2026. The same as Kahului. We also see a huge lift in 2025. After the fires, there was a challenge for the cruise ships. Number one, obviously, they love Lahaina, who doesn't. But what happened is that because then the only port was Kahului, they really struggled because they also had to be managed between the cargo vessels that were coming in, the other cruise ship vessels that were already in. So we saw this big drop right away. But the cruise lines have always been good partners to Hawaii. I have to share with you. Oh, I've been told to stop. Sorry, I'm not paying attention. I didn't see the 5. So anyways, they've always been great partners to Hawaii, and they come back as soon as they can. And that's what I really wanted to share. Lots of strategies, trade shows, diversification, luxury, personal outreach. And our initiatives have really been focusing around community, cultural training, cruise ships, and education, which we've been doing a lot of work on Maui, actually, with the Ocean Center. We started a shuttle service and working and promoting that, as well as some video content that we've gotten on board the cruise ships. We're working on a cultural training course for cruise ships right now so that we can educate the crew. And we've done some AI training with some of our local partners. We are certified in AI, Access Cruise, so we've been sharing that knowledge. And if you want to work with the cruise industry, take a picture of this, because this is just call us, text us. We would love to work with you and help you get into the cruise industry. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Thanks, Shannon. I now have the honor and privilege of introducing our next speaker from Hawaii Tourism USA, Dr. Aaron Salah. Nolela. Kavilino ke aloha me o ko pakahi, aloha nui, aloha katiaka katou, aloha. He wahi mahalo ke ia Daniel Ma na luna oiahoi o ka Hawaii Tourism Authority I ke kono ana mai a mākou oiahoi o HVCB ka Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau, Malalo Neo Kia, Inoa Oyoho'io Hawaii Tourism USA. He kuno ha'an ho'i keia mamua o kou na chairs Oyoho'io o Chair DeCoit me Chair Tam me Chair Hanneman ho'i. Mahalo nui kākou I keia akuakono kākou. Is it just this? Yes. Yeah.
The arrow.
The arrow. The red one?
The big one.
The green one. The green one is not an arrow.
Oh, the big one, the big green one. I got it.
I have a degree.
I promise you. Yeah. Sometimes it doesn't matter what degree you have.
Follow me. It's an incredible honor to be here with all of you. 6 months now into the position, Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau, we are going through substantial internal change as we go through a strategic planning process that we haven't done in quite a long time. I think the team is really excited about this as we're re-energizing ourselves to find ourselves again as we continue to lift all of you, as we lift each other, as we lift the most important thing, which is our Hawaii. I want to acknowledge the chair of our board, Chief Commercial Officer at Outrigger Hospitality Group, Sean D. Sean has been an incredible, yes, round of applause, please, for Sean. Sean has been the board chair, acknowledging the incredible work that he's done for too long. And so really thankful to have him here continually supporting the work that we do. As a shameless plug, and partly because I served as cultural creative producer for the show, I know that the GMT team is going to be seeing Awana later this week. If you haven't seen it, you're late and tardy to the party. And because of the, let me say this to you about Awana and how it ties into the work, of course, of the Bureau and really the work of destination stewardship, is that Awana represents for us a product that is contemporary, that is culturally bound, that is important and critical for the future of the industry. Because if we're going to continue to be relevant and continue to be viable as a destination of the world, then we need to continue to create product and maintain and nurture product that is representative of who we are now. And so Awana is an incredible opportunity for us to see our Hawaiian stories put on a mainstream stage with a mainstream entity that elevates the work that we do to the highest level. It is critically important that we work together to continue to do this kind of work. The agenda for our presentation this morning, thankfully, doesn't include me. And mostly because I was meant to be on jury duty this week, so the team planned for me to not be here this morning. And then when thankfully the trial was settled out of court and I didn't have to attend jury duty or report to jury duty, I just decided that the team would continue on as they were. And so let me take this opportunity just to tee it up a bit. Doing market insights for you is everybody's favorite celebrity, along with Jen, our very own Jeffrey. And then the 2025 brand marketing plan, talking about target audience, advertising, social media, public relations, and travel trade, is a partnership between Kara, Lei, and Robin. And then partnership opportunities, of course, with Robin wrapping it all up. And so let me get out of the way so that we stay in our 20 minutes and hand it over to our incredible team. Ladies and gentlemen, mahalo nui kākou, aloha.
Aloha. O Jeffrey Ko'u Inoa no Alamoana Mai Au.
Yay!
The Canadian deck is up. I'd be more than happy to talk on Sue's behalf.
We'll do it together.
Yes. Thank you. Mahalo. So I think that I'm going to be, because in lieu of time, I'm going to be going scripted and off the cuff for some of my presentation. But just to, really to contextualize where we are in the United States right now as it impacts Hawaii travel. The US economy is showing signs of slowing. The GDP growth is also decreasing with persistent inflation and also interest rates not knowing which direction that they're going to go. With all of this is really translating into less discretionary spending, meaning people are likely to be more cautious with their travel budgets. Now, in looking for Hawaii specifically, because the US remains our primary market, as Jen mentioned earlier, and will always be, however, we are seeing softening in visitor numbers, even though, as Jen, we were talking, the January numbers for the US market were quite strong. I think that that's due to the way that the holidays fell this year and a longer period. So I think that we just need to be happy with what we had in January, but we have to be cautious and pay attention to the numbers as we move further into the year. Keep in mind also, we've talked about this before, Honolulu remains the primary entry point for US visitors to Hawaii, now with less emphasis with nonstop direct trans-Pacific flights directly to neighbor islands, and we've seen that change, and I'll go over that in a second. The last thing is that Maui continues to face significant challenges with continued softness in visitation and airlift. The lingering effects of wildfires, particularly in West Maui, are impacting bookings and visitor confidence and is a key area of focus for our recovery efforts. The impacts of wildfires are not just about physical damage, it's also about the perception of safety and overall experience of visitors going to West Maui. Now, looking at the implications, as I mentioned in the previous slide, we're anticipating a potential decrease in US visitation, not just for February 25, but throughout the year. This is driven by the economic pressures and geopolitical things that are happening in a variety of factors. Because of this is also, are seeing increased price sensitivity. US travelers are becoming increasingly price sensitive. They'll be looking for more wallet-friendly, budget-friendly, not necessarily budget level, but less expensive opportunities for accommodations, activities, as well as travel packages. And then also the pace of Maui's recovery remains uncertain, especially, as I said, in West Maui. Bookings are likely to stay below pre-wildfire levels, and we need to be prepared for the ongoing challenges as we move forward. So looking at the US visitation, I'll just do a quick highlight of where we ended up last year. In 2024, Hawaii experienced a softening of the US market, really for the first time since the pandemic. This is characterized by decreased visitation and overall spending, but with a surprisingly increase in per person per day spending. This is indicating a shift in visitor behavior. Despite the decrease in overall spending, per person per day spending by the US visitors has increased by 2.4%, reflecting that while fewer Americans are visiting, those that do are spending more per person per day. And then also, we are seeing about 2.9% decrease in the average daily census, meaning on any given day, the amount of visitors in the state is about 2.9%. Now, if we look to, as I mentioned for January is off to an encouraging start. It is crucial to remember that tourism landscape continues to remain dynamic. While January's numbers are positive, they do not guarantee the rest of the year will follow in the same trend. Although state numbers are up, Maui is also a challenge to keep those US numbers in the positive level. As HTA's contractor for the US market is our Kuleana to be able to make sure that we're on top of these trends and working with not only people at HVCB, but also the staff at HTA as well. As Jen mentioned, I think that the forecast was released, it's after 9 o'clock, but this is the data reflecting of Q4. So as Jen mentioned, We're seeing for the US West and the US East both down. However, we're seeing expenditures, as I mentioned before, going to be slightly up. And as Jen mentioned, this forecast is probably going to be brought down. So we'll be seeing less from the US market even than that. And then looking at air slide trends, Jen mentioned earlier, it's really, we continue to see, as I mentioned before, Maui is down. However, we're seeing everything going to be down for the rest of the year. And then the last slide that I have is really the Travel Click forward-looking hotel booking data. Despite the week-to-week fluctuations, Hawaii hotel bookings are exhibiting a generally positive trend with strong growth expected during key travel periods and summer holiday season. However, on the shoulder seasons as well as to the fall, and there's week-over-week dynamic changes that we really need to keep in time. I'm going to invite Kara Amai up to talk about our marketing initiatives.
Aloha. Thank you all for having me here today. O Kara ko'u inoa no aina haina maiau. Together with the team, I'm going to be talking about brand marketing efforts for the U.S. leisure market today. So everything we do starts with the Hawaii Target Traveler. From a media targeting perspective, you can think of it demographically, like, they fall into categories like 25 to 54 years old, have high household incomes, 150,000 per year, and live in Hawaii feeder markets. But really, psychographically, you can think of these people as people you wouldn't mind having as a guest in your home. So, people who appreciate Hawaii, appreciate who you are, like to try local foods, shop at local shops. And on focusing on these travelers, we're not just filling hotel rooms, but really fostering a more regenerative, enriching visitor experience that's really going to, in the end, benefit both the guests and all of our communities. Which brings us to messaging to this Hawaii Target Traveler. We've been running this campaign, The People, the Place, the Hawaiian Islands. We shot last year, and this year we've expanded the creative units in a variety of social media units. And it's really emphasizing the deep connection between Hawaii's people, culture, and environment. If you haven't had a chance to see the campaign, it's on YouTube. You can go to the Go Hawaii channel and check it out. But really, how do we know if this is resonating with our target and if it's working? Earlier this year, HTA fielded a study with Smari Insights, and it measured the impact of what our messaging is doing in the market. And so I'm super excited to share these results. So through our marketing efforts, we reached nearly half of the target audience in key domestic markets, and especially strong recall in Los Angeles. The campaign elevated perceptions of our unique cultural and culinary experiences, aligning consumer expectations with our brand messaging in the campaign. We also saw that integrated marketing efforts work best. So the synergy of seeing, earned, paid, and owned media working all together had a synergistic effect. And then lastly, and most importantly, what you see on this graph here is that the results of our overall campaign resulted in a positive lift in travel intent. So basically, for people who had not seen the campaign, they had a 23% intent to visit Hawaii. And then as a result of seeing any of the creative, that rose to 43%. So these results affirm that our approach in messaging, media, and partnerships is resonating with our Hawaii Target Travel in a meaningful way. Which brings us to our advertising channels for 2025. Basically, it's like, right time, right place, right message. And the details of the tactics are advanced TV, which is putting our message in front of high intent travelers through streaming and connected TV. We're also in custom content, showcasing our culture through storytelling with trusted media partners, digital video to spark those emotional connections before they even get here, across social, programmatic, and travel platforms. And then lastly, search marketing just making sure that when people are searching for information about Hawaii, they're getting that accurate information. So this comprehensive approach ensures that just, we're remaining top of mind when people are making travel decisions. Uh-oh. And then social media. Social media remains one of our strongest tools for connection. And when we think about the Hawaii Target Traveler, our research is showing what you would think. It's the tried and true social platforms that we've been in. So Meta, Instagram, and Facebook, sharing Hawaii's story through short form videos, carousels, and interactive content. And then to reach that younger audience, we're in TikTok. And we're just trying to get that next generation in a way that feels fresh and fun. Some people just like YouTube and that, look, watching the longer form video. So we're there with our 3-minute video in that platform. And then for the first time this year, we're piloting a program on Reddit, just looking for real experiences and where those conversations are happening. And so with that, I'd like to introduce my colleague, Leanne Field, to talk about some public relations initiatives.
Aloha mai kākou. It's nice to see everyone. Ole ko inoa no ho ikai mai au. Thank you. In public relations, our strategy continues to focus on fostering relationships with key media across the U.S. continent and work with our partners, all of you here in the room, to maximize our efforts. Our small but mighty team, Taryn Pasqua and me, along with our island chapters and Fin partners, we all aim to inspire and influence positive editorial coverage for our destination. How can we all work more together? Excuse me. From our recent meetings with national media, we know they're looking for unique, never been told stories. They want to know what's new in Hawaii, but what's more important is how is that interesting? A new spa is great, but restoring an old Japanese 1928 bathhouse into a spa, that will grab their attention. Media especially love hearing stories about fascinating people doing fascinating things. We know there's no shortage of that here in Hawaii, so if you have any ideas, we would love to hear them. We also appreciate any hosted media assistance, whether it be flights, hotels, activities, or meals. Your support helps to stretch our limited budget, and we look forward to working with more of you to bring more media to the islands. Finally, please keep us apprised of your PR plans. We love hearing about upcoming media blitzes or press trips. And if there's a way that we can collaborate, whether it be providing transportation or regenerative tourism experience, we would love to consider that. We started the year off strong with an expanded Hawaii presence at IMM, or International Media Marketplace, in New York a little over a month ago. 6 of us represented the Hawaiian Islands and collectively conducted 142 media appointments in one day. We had some great media there. We met with the travel editor of the New York Times, the deputy editor of Afar, editor-in-chief of Severe magazine, and many, many others. So the team right now is working on following up with all of these media, and we plan on bringing many of them out throughout the year. It's these media visits that are the bread and butter of our PR program, and we're extremely selective in who we host. We're looking for journalists who, very much like our target traveler, are culturally curious and have a solid track record of producing meaningful stories in a variety of top-tier publications. And we are grateful for all of your continued support with these important visits, and we look forward to incorporating more of your products and services into their itineraries. Our virtual media blitzes continue to be successful as we're finding that media are still working remotely all across the US. During the week of August 18th, our PR team, along with a few cultural ambassadors, will conduct one-on-one Zoom appointments with media across the continent. And we'll reach out this summer to collect your updates and news in preparation for this. Later this quarter, we have the incredible opportunity to work with Bon Appetit magazine. This coverage will feature multiple islands, Oahu, Kauai, island of Hawaii, and it'll appear over digital, their on the line YouTube video series, social media, as well as their print magazine later this summer. So this is a big one. And finally, we're excited about a few high profile video opportunities. NBC's First Look aired a few weeks ago and is still running across the continent. This episode exclusively featured West Maui partners and was the result of several partners coming together to pool their resources. From Scratch is the #1 TV show on the popular Tastemade streaming platform, and that'll air in early summer. And now while we love our productions, but with our budget, we can't possibly accommodate them all. So when we come across good opportunities, and there are a few in the works right now, we'll be sure to pass those along to you for your consideration for support. And now I'd like to bring up Robin Basso to share more about travel trade efforts.
Aloha, kakayaka, o Robin Ko'uinoa, no Chicago mai au. We don't have time for that. We're almost running out. Okay. I'm privileged to represent the Hawaiian Islands to the travel trade team across the U.S. in collaboration with our central team in Honolulu, as well as on the continent, and of course with our island chapters. And travel trade strategy is again to leverage our influential long-term relationships with travel advisors, consortia, wholesalers, and industry organizations to deliver our destination messaging to qualified travel advisors and of course their clients who align with our mindful Hawaii target traveler. And really the intent is to keep Maui and the Hawaiian Islands top of mind. We accomplish this through a focus on education by participating in events and training. And we educate advisors through a variety of different methods. We have our in-market HVCB-led educational blitz events for vetted travel advisors in key U.S. markets. We utilize data from Jeffrey and Market Insights to make sure we're in the right market at the right time with the right message. And these events offer us the opportunity to educate travel advisors, inspiring them to sell the Hawaiian Islands, and of course for our partners, opportunities to network with qualified travel advisors in our key markets. Our 2025 educational blitz events will be kicking us off April 7th through 9 in San Francisco, San Jose, and Orange County, really getting us in those key markets at a critical time as we're seeing some softness in the U.S. market. Key East Coast markets are planned for the week of October 20th through 24. We're still working on markets, but probably with a focus on New York and Boston, really looking to impact those markets at that key significant booking season. We also attend in-market events, including wholesale consortia and industry events that provide that meaningful engagement in terms of destination seminars as well as one-on-one appointments. Webinars and virtual events allow us to amplify our exposure to a larger nationwide audience, allowing us the opportunity to deliver timely destination updates. Destination FAMs are ongoing. We bring vetted advisors to Hawaii to ensure they have that firsthand knowledge. And these are intimate, they're very highly experiential, and really designed for advisors that have already committed to that foundational kind of online training program, and they're vested at that higher knowledge of the destination. And we know travel advisors are more likely to sell a destination if they've been there. We will continue to invest in our own HTUSA-led programs, support partner-led programs, and are excited to execute our second FAM with Tourism Cares, our meaningful FAM as well. We focus on trade marketing, which allows us the opportunity to consistently communicate to advisors and their clients. We do that through a variety of different channels, include a trade paid media plan, which really allows us to reach that larger universe of travel advisors to keep Hawaii top of mind and drive them to the website to complete the Hawaii Destination Specialist program. Our travel agency consortia are large groups of travel advisors that kind of bind together to really increase their buying power. We currently focus on 3 key partners, Signature Travel Network, Travel Leaders Network, and Virtuoso. And this really grants Hawaii preferred destination status with 85,000 travel advisors. So that gives us the opportunity to educate these travel advisors, but also to reach their loyal and desirable customer base that aligns with our target traveler. And really, again, the objective is to keep Maui and the Hawaiian Islands top of mind. We also leverage our own database of 45,000 travel advisors to really make sure that we're providing ongoing updated destination messaging. Our reach is significant as it represents about 1/4 of all travel sellers nationwide. We also have advertising opportunities in our marketing, our e-newsletter, our monthly e-newsletter to 70,000 opt-in travel advisors. We also continue to focus on travel advisor messaging through content development and refinement. Our travel advisor website has recently been refreshed and provides all the resources travel advisors need to help them understand, market, and sell Hawaii. We provide statewide and island-specific information, sales and marketing resources, but most importantly is our Hawaii Destination Specialist program. It's in-depth, online, individual courses, 6 of them, and basically providing advisors with a comprehensive understanding of the destination and across each unique island. And we do have data that show that educated advisors are better sellers. A recent survey by North Star shared that they have reported an increase in sales once they've completed the program, as well as a higher intent to book the Hawaiian Islands for their new and existing clients. So our team will continue to focus on investing in communicating and educating this influential travel sellers as they serve as a key sales channel for Hawaii and for all of our partners. I did want to close just briefly with our partnership opportunities. We will be having a document that's available on the HTA website. We encourage you to review this as we've got a variety of different ways for you to engage with us with HTUSA, our island chapters, Meet Hawaii in terms of consumer promotions, PR, trade shows, FAMs, travel trade education. So with that, I want to extend a huge mahalo nui loa for your time this morning, and not sure we have time for questions. No, okay, no, so there'll be no questions. So with that, it's my pleasure to introduce our lovely neighbor to the north, Sue Webb with Hawaii Tourism Canada. Mahalo.
It's so nice to be here and in person, and it's really good news. We're going to talk about a little bit today, but I'm really thrilled to be here in person to see you all and share your aloha spirit. So I am Sue Webb from Canada, and before we start, just have a little video of some of the things we've been doing in Canada to promote your wonderful destination. So enjoy.
Wasn't that good? So we've been busy in Canada, and it's not just myself and my team. Colin is here, our account director for Hawaii Tourism Canada. He's with us here this week. But at home in Canada, from coast to coast, we have a whole team that work on promoting your wonderful destination in the Canadian market. Again, as we've been hearing, I won't go into this too much, but there is unfortunately a little bit of a dip in 2024 for all of our visitor expenditures and visitor arrivals from Canada. But a lot, again, is based on the economy and things that you've heard from Jeffrey and Jen in the US market and internationally. But breaking news, you know that Eric and I in Japan have had this back and forth. During COVID, Canada became the #1 international market, and unfortunately, Japan took it over again. But breaking news, statistics for January 2025. Canada had 54,333 arrivals. That's a plus 0.6 increase over 2024. That's awesome.
And Japan in the month of January had 54,296 visitors. And that means there was 37 more Canadians here in January. So we're back as your #1 international market. Sorry, Eric. It's a friendly competition. Here you can see where the differential is. So just a little bit of market insights. Obviously, you're asked, oh, so how are things in Canada? Just terrific. This was Collins. But thanks for asking. It's very challenging times, as you know. Good news is we just had a news flash from Canada that one of the tariffs, which was the automobile industry, has been waived for another month. That's really big news for both of our countries. It's really was difficult having this, our best friend and neighbor in Canada and the US going through what we're going through right now in a trade war. So we're hoping that things will get better, but right now you can see that we have some other risks, and the exchange rate actually is more important, we think, than any of the political situations. And we talked about that, how the expense of traveling when it's based on the US dollar for Canadians. We are looking at a feared layoffs as a result of what's happening with the political situation with the US. The threats to sovereignty, we are not for sale. So it's very political. But one of the things that has happened is Canadians are so patriotic right now. We are buying Canadian. We are supporting Canadians. And it's even in Quebec, which normally was their own sort of province. Even they're proud to be Canadians right now. So that's huge. So the Buy Canadian messaging is everywhere, and we are very patriotic, and we just hope that we can get some levity and sanity in our political situation, what's going on right now. So the impact, though, is what we do want to say is it's too soon to say how it's going to impact travel. It's too fresh. It's too emotional. We are in touch with all of our partners in Canada, the airlines, the tour operators, the travel agents, the media, to sort of get their consumer sentiment of what's happening. So is it a short blip or long term? One of the interesting things is virtually signaling. Canadian visits during President Trump's first term, even though Canadians said we're not going to the US, that's it, went up 2 million. So there is, Canadians still want to travel, and definitely the US is our #1 destination, and we'll talk about Hawaii. We do know that there will be some states that are more impacted than others, and Hawaii, we think, is one of the ones that will be very much in the positive. But the exchange rate, as we talked about. So the consumer confidence is a little bit low right now because of what's happening politically, but our unemployment rates are pretty steady. Our interest rates dropped to 3%, which will probably hold for now. But our dollar right now is 69 cents. So that's tough when you sort of add, when you get your credit cards involved, it's up 47% on what you spend. It could be a deterrent for people traveling, we know that. But right now, Canadians are still traveling. We're at 100% outbound as we were in 2019. So we are traveling. So we just need to get everybody to come to Hawaii. And you'll see this in a couple of minutes about where people are looking to travel. So again, there has been some cancellations. There has been some indications from journalists that they will not travel to the US. We know that. We know that there's been a slowdown in some of the bookings, advanced bookings, but it's not stopped. And we are going to continue to do everything we can, making sure that we're in market at the right time with the right message. And for all of you, the right message is Hawaii loves Canadians. Maui is our 11th province. We know that. So we just have to keep that message. And the other thing is you're in the Pacific and it's Polynesia, not USA. So the competitive environment, as I said, we are traveling. 62% of people are looking to travel up to April and even more so. So we just need to get them to come to Hawaii. You can see that the US is down overall, but That's again the US dollar. But Asia, Asia's up, which we'll talk about in a minute, and Europe and UK. So here's the sort of the competitive landscape for Hawaii. You can see in the US, Orlando, that's because of the theme parks. They don't even realize, Canadians don't realize Orlando is in the US. It's just Universal and Disney. Fort Lauderdale, because of the cruise market, very strong. But look at the numbers in Asia and South Pacific. Now, the reason that China is up 675% is because they could not travel. Canadians couldn't go to China for years during COVID. So a lot of this is just getting back into China, a lot of VFR traffic for sure. But other interesting destinations that Canadians are now looking to, of course, Mexico. It's a very key destination for Canadians, especially during the winter. In the Caribbean, you can see that there are increases. But look at what we're seeing as our competitive set right now. Portugal and Spain, 22% up. A lot of those were snowbirds that, because of expense, couldn't travel to the US. They decided to go to perhaps Portugal. It was less expensive, and Portugal's put huge millions of dollars worth of advertising in the Canadian market. The snowbirds went, it's too cold here in the winter, so they'll be back to Hawaii next year. So it's challenging times where we're really telling all of our partners, all of you, is we can pause right now because the emotions are high. We don't want to waste money in market, but we can't walk away. Destinations that walked away from the Canadian market during COVID are still not back. So we have to make sure we stay there, but it's the messaging and making sure that we're being mindful and that the messaging is to Canadians what they want to hear. And anything you can do, a Canadian special rate, free donuts and coffee, anything. Canadians love to get some kind of a value. So if there's anything you could do to be Canadian friendly in your property or in your attraction, please think about that. It'll really go a long way. So again, this is Colin's house in cottage country. So we need to escape the snow. So we're coming here. As we've talked about this before, and Robin talked about it in the US, is who are we looking at is our experienced seekers, our adventure travelers, and our responsible, mindful travelers that are coming to Hawaii, the luxury set, and our snowbird long stay, because a lot of them come for the winter, have homes here, and bring multi-generational, their family, their kids, their grandkids, so it's important. Trip motivators for Canadians: weather, experience, spending time with family, and feeling safe, which again is something we can really talk about when we talk about Hawaii. The brand messaging, we did pivot a little bit. For many years, it was all Malama, Malama as our key messaging, but we realized we need to also convert and get the Canadians to actually come and book. So warm, beautiful, unique, iconic, welcoming Hawaii. That's our messaging now, with the, of course, Malama opportunities. Colin had people at a trade show saying, okay, I want to go to Hawaii for 7 days. How many days do I have to volunteer? So the message was like, oh no, that's not what we mean. So we think now it's like, come, but look at what you can do when you're here to assure that you can have these amazing opportunities. So moving forward, we're keeping very close tabs on consumer sentiment. We will share with you as we get them every day. There's new updates of consumer sentiments. We will make sure that we're emphasizing the value and the unique experiences in Hawaii. And we are going to continue. We will have our media FAMs. We'll have our travel agent, travel trade FAMs continue, but we're just pushing it a little bit to make sure we're doing it at a time where it makes sense. Recent accomplishments, like Kiluana said, we just hit all the metrics, so we're doing really well. Lots of great media coverage, and this is just first quarter. This is just right now, and we've got lots more coming up. So we're very excited that we're getting great support from our journalists and our media partners. Cirque du Soleil, this is very famous for us because it's Canadian, and so this unique opportunity for us to promote the Cirque show here and in Canada. In fact, Colin and I have a meeting with Cirque today to talk about how we could do something special in Canada with them. So we're very excited about that, and with Outrigger. Again, we've had some great on-air coverage. 1 minute? Okay. Brand USA campaigns, some on-air upcoming things that we're doing. Obviously, continuing the positive outreach to our PR team with all of the media and content creators, continuing our direct advertising to the consumers and our partnership programs with our big partners. We do have Media Fam coming up in September. And again, Aloha Canada is going to be coming up. This is really exciting. Who knew Canadians surfed? So we have putting together with Surf Canada, a surfing team from Canada that will come and be part of this wonderful surfing challenge in Hawaii in July and August. So it's, I think, really on, and we're doing it with Oceania, with Dara and with Hawaii, and I think Milton is very involved in this as well. So this is exciting to have our Canadian surfers come in and be in Hawaii. A consumer direct, social, digital. Canadians are all about digital, connected TV, and our cooperative programs. Costco Travel now is the largest tour operator out of Canada. It's unbelievable, into Hawaii. So we're working very closely with some great programs with them, our loyalty programs, and of course, our airline partners, Air Canada and WestJet. Travel trade, our Aloha is this year December 1 to 5, so hopefully that's easier for people with their scheduling, and we'll give you more information, of course, on that. And we're Virtuoso training programs with the relationship that Robin and the team in the US have with Virtuoso, and travel leaders will work with them also in the Canadian market. And partnership opportunities, again, Aloha Canada, we do webinars, seminars. You can help us with fam trips, with media, anything that you can do to help us support bringing people to Hawaii would be appreciated. And the FAMs that we'll talk to you more in detail about as well. The high school surfing program that they're coming, we're looking for support for that as well. Mahalo. And thank you for the support of Canada. Canadians love you, Hawaii, and we'll get through this together. So now I'm really thrilled to introduce from Europe market, Amy Waller, the account director. And this is her first time to Hawaii, so give her a big aloha.
Aloha, and thank you everybody for joining today. It's a new button, so I'm understanding the green one, right? Okay. So my name is Amy Waller, and I'm the account director for Hawaii Tourism Europe. And I'm joined by Fleur, who is she's over there. I'm gonna make you stand up, Fleur. So Flair's our account manager for the UK, and we also have Julia, who's currently at ITB in Berlin representing Hawaii. And then we have Sabrina and Joanna, our PR managers, who are based in Germany and in the UK. So I'm going to run for a few statistics. As you'll see, there's quite a few downward arrows, which seems to be a bit of a trend in the room. And this really is representing a bit of a challenge in value for money. So it's a value for money challenge. What you will see, though, is that the length of stay is up. And what we're seeing in Europe is that tour operators are telling us that people, because they don't have the opportunity to travel as much, they're actually reducing the number of short breaks they're taking. So maybe taking one of the European trips out, and they're extending their length of stay, which means that potentially they're coming to Hawaii for longer and they're able to disperse further when they're doing so. I would also highlight that 2023 was a very positive year for Europe, and we have actually only been in market for just over a year, so we're only really just starting to see the impact of the work and the campaigns that we've been doing in Europe at the moment. So typically people are taking up to a year or 18 months to book their long-haul travel, and that has increased more at the moment. People are really taking their time to consider where they're going and how they're going to travel. And a lot of that is to do with consumer confidence in general. So our market insights, so just very, very briefly, so unemployment is relatively high across Europe, particularly in Germany and the UK. And inflation is also quite high, and that is impacting interest rates as well. The exchange rate for Germany and the UK is a challenge. Switzerland is a little bit more resilient, and that's pretty traditional for Switzerland. We do have a few green shoots, though. The UK, the interest rate has just reduced slightly in February for the first time, and actually that has a massive impact, particularly on mortgage rates where we renew those every 2 to 5 years. So for families, that can make quite an impact on their disposable income. And Germany, consumer sentiment is also improving. I've just put up a few travel trends that we're seeing in Europe at the moment. So for January and February, that's our peak period. And we had a fairly strong January and February. It was a little bit slow to get started. And that was partly just due to the way that Christmas and New Year fell for us. And as I say, people are really taking longer to make those decisions. The decision-making process is much slower. They're really thinking about where they're going, how long they're staying, and the experiences that they are having. Detour is a bit of a trend word in Europe at the moment. And when we're looking at places like Spain, where over-tourism is actually a big problem, people are starting to look at alternatives, and it's really a bit of a buzzword. So it's something that I think we can play to advantage a little bit here, in that the Europeans are aware of it and they don't want to go to the same place that everybody else is going to. And northern lights and natural experiences such as that are really key motivators for travelers. So people are looking for something really, really different and unusual alongside those film and TV locations that are driving people to certain areas. Another slightly unusual, in my opinion, slightly odd trend we're seeing is people going to cold climate destinations. Not sure why, having come here, so I don't know. In terms of sentiment, people that are coming from Europe to Hawaii are having an amazing time. They've got really high satisfaction levels. For the last 3 quarters, we've seen that increasing incrementally. There is some concern over value for money, as I highlighted, and political challenge, we will say. It's not as big a thing in Europe, but it is certainly something that we need to keep an eye on and is a little bit unpredictable. The point I really want to highlight here as well is the strong desire to visit Hawaii. So people in Europe, it's not a case of if they want to come here, it's a case of when. And so it's really important at the moment, while people might be challenged with finances and the economy, that we're making sure we're still top of mind, because when they do get the opportunity, we want them to think, that's where I want to go. Outbound travel, so actually the UK is tracking above 2019 levels, and we've got healthy demand in Switzerland and Germany, so that's just something to highlight. And when we look at competition, this is just a bit of a sample of the competition that we're seeing from Europe, and I would in particular highlight Sri Lanka, Mexico, and Thailand. And those 3, they all offer a culturally rich experience and the beaches, but what they also offer is value for money. And so they are really key competitive destinations to keep an eye on. Fiji also just recorded a record year for the UK with over 1 million visitors. So 2024 was their biggest year to date. And another one just to mention to keep an eye on is Brazil. They are investing quite heavily in Europe with their marketing efforts. When we look to our marketing strategy, our target audience remains the same, but essentially what we're looking at is high-value travelers that really want a rich cultural experience and that will disperse, and they want to get under the skin of the destination. Within that, we've got 3 particular segments that we look to attract. That's the dinks, so the dual income, no kids, not a mouthful at all. So they're aged 25 to 35. Our empty nesters age 50 plus, who typically have a lot more time on their hands. And also our ABC1 high net worth families. So our consumer strategy is very much taking people from awareness and inspiration through to the consideration phase, and then conversion. And for the conversion phase, we're partnering with tour operator partners and airlines to make sure that people are seeing the itineraries, they're being driven to the tour operator websites, and they're being given the opportunity to inquire and book. So with all of our campaigns, we've got a two-pronged effect where we inspire and we work to warm the audience up, and then we work with the tour operator partners to deliver the results. And our data targeting, we're using very sophisticated data targeting, so we're reaching the audience through 7 different types of targeting, including search, demographics, and their interests. So it's very detailed, so I won't go into that, but it is very targeted and personalized to the individual. And we do have a multi-channel approach, so we're using everything from rich display advertising, video on demand, audio, and also print media. Trade is massive for Europe, so it's really, really important to get in front of the trade. And Fleur and I and Julia in Germany spend a lot of time working with the trade. So that might mean webinars, being in person and delivering training, attending events, and also have those meetings both online and in person with all the tour operators to make sure that they've got what they need, they can ask questions, and we're working with them to help develop their programs and to ensure that their teams are all trained. So this is a really, really important one, as I say, for the trade. In the UK specifically, people are 50% more likely to use a travel agent today than they have been in the past, and year on year, that's 14%. And interestingly, we're seeing that there's an increase with younger people, which we've not seen before. So we're really seeing the effects of COVID here, people wanting that security, that they're going to have that package holiday protection, and also that help with the complexity of booking a trip to Hawaii. So it's not always a simple thing for people for Hawaii, and the knowledge can be fairly basic for the average day consumer. They don't necessarily know the details, so they really need and rely on that knowledge from the travel agent. As I mentioned, conversion time is quite lengthy, and again, that adds to the complexity of booking. Some of the trade shows we attend, so we've recently attended the Visit USA event in January, which was held in Germany, and we trained 140 travel agents in that day. So that gives you an idea of the sort of thing we're doing. We attend ITB, we do Brand USA Travel Week. There's a number of events throughout the year. Visit USA have a number of events throughout the year in both Germany, Switzerland, and the UK. And we host product manager fam trips. So we do a mixture of travel agents and product managers. But for this year, we're very much focusing on the product managers to help develop the product and get more in the brochures and more on the websites. And then those product managers can pass that knowledge down to their sales teams. So both of our fam trips this year will be for product managers, one post IPW, which will be more focused on the mainstream. And then in September, we will have a luxury focus for Mill, which will be handpicking particular tour operators that are very much focused on that high value audience. For our PR strategy, we deliver 12 press releases as a minimum a year. Normally, Joe and Sabrina exceed that one. So we deliver those, and they're really focused on rich storytelling, looking at our events, and tying that in with anything that's new, and of course our brand story. They also deliver one FAM for individual journalists each year or media, and one for the group. So that's 4 in total. So we really appreciate any help you can give with that. We've had some fantastic coverage from both Sabrina and Joe over the last year. And of course, they're ready. Hopefully this won't ever be needed, but they are very experienced in crisis communication. So they are ready to go should we need it, but I'm going to touch wood there. So our Q1 focus, I will come back to this campaign shortly as it's one of our main campaigns of the year, but our first major campaign will launch next month. Are we in March already? I don't know, actually. I think we're in March, so this month. I've lost track of time with the date changes and everything. So we're actually partnering with Headspace, with Calm, the app, through Spotify and with Happier. So working with mindfulness brands to attract mindful travelers that will have that respect for the destination and that really want to explore in a mindful way. So we'll be using audio and video on demand to deliver the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands assets alongside that. And this is part of that warming up phase of the campaign before we shift into the tactical element. We've literally today just finished our first trade campaign of the year, which is with Travel Weekly and Aspire. So that's the biggest trade publication in the UK. Aspire is their luxury equivalent, and that included rich advertorials and a Solus e-newsletter which went out today. And the reason we've timed that in January and February is really because the travel agents are very busy in January, February. It's very difficult to get in front of them. So we've chosen that time to reach them through our media channels. And Julie, as I mentioned, she's visited she attended the Visit USA event in January, and she'll be attending Luxury Trade Fair in Hamburg in March, where she'll be training 40 luxury-focused travel agents. So we're constantly attending lots of different shows and looking for opportunities. We will also be hosting a terrarium, I'm not sure if I've said that right, but a terrarium making workshop in London with Trailfinders, who are one of the biggest UK operators, and we'll be making terrariums with them and really bringing home that sustainability ethos that Hawaii has when we're training them. Our BA campaign, so British Airways and British Airways Holiday campaign, will also launch in March, and this is with Media Metro Group. So they have a reach of 38.5 million people in the UK, and this demographic really fits very well with both Hawaii and with British Airways target audiences. So this will include a U Magazine advertorial, which will reach 800,000 of their readership, as well as travel trade newsletters and digital content. We will continue with our travel trade training. So January, February is a little bit quieter, although we have done quite a bit of training successfully this year with Flight Centre, Kioni, Ocean Holidays and Virgin Holidays in January and February. And once we get to March, we'll be amping that up and getting in to see as many of the travel trade as possible post-peak. We will also have three press trips and one fam trip for the trade in Q1. So we've got quite a lot happening there, and we're doing a lot of planning around those at the moment. And we'll continue with our press releases and our media outreach as well. So just come to our two major campaigns. So the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands, as I mentioned, I've got the stop sign already. I said I'd buy him a beer if I got the stop, so I'm in trouble. So this is our major campaign that's just about to launch March until June. And as I say, we're using rich media, a real wide breadth of that. And with the tactical element of the campaign, we'll be working with Kioni, Canusa and Travel House for the 3 different markets. So that's across all 3 countries. The second major campaign will be Your Personal Aloha, which we will be using AI-powered technology to deliver itineraries to people based on their preferences that they input into the builder, and then it will give them their experiences and then drive them to the partners who will have those itineraries ready and waiting for them. They'll also have the opportunity to share their itinerary and experiences with their friends and family so they can win a trip to Hawaii. So we're also getting them to share that with other people and share the message. A few other bits of itinerary, I'm really dragging my time out here, but in total we'll have 6 FAMs across the year. We'll have another trade campaign for the UK in September, October, a co-op campaign for Germany in October, and then a number of trade and PR events, including IPW, the Visit Media Marketplace, a luxury roadshow in Edinburgh, which will be in November, and the Brand USA Travel Week. Mahalo, that's everything from me. Thank you so much. I'm going to introduce Dara Walsh from Oceania. So welcome, Dara.
Hello, Amy. Aloha kako. O'Dara Walsh. Ko'u inoa no Aotearoa mai ao. So I'm with the Hawaii Tourism Oceania team. Our HTO account director, Jennifer Gaskin, she's back from maternity leave, but unfortunately just had to postpone her flight here, so she'll be back in market before we know it. Right, I'm actually going to start just to set the scene with some figures from 2024. After a very good 2023, we saw a few challenges last year in the form of a stagnant economy, lack of aircraft availability affecting airlift, and of course that strong US dollar, which heightened the challenges around affordability. So arrivals were down 11%, but our per person per day spend and average length of stay continued to see Oceania as one of the highest per trip spenders. And the good news is we think we are at the lowest ebb, and the tide is on the way back. Not a tsunami, but a nice gentle tide that is much better on the environment anyway, right? So what is there to get excited about in terms of the Oceania market? As mentioned, we are one of the highest markets for trip spend when you multiply per person per day with length of stay. We have a visitor that aligns with Hawaii's regenerative tourism goals. We do have the potential for airlift gains. And on the airlift side, we're really excited about the new Qantas service ex-Melbourne this year. And also Hawaiian, certainly the feedback from Hawaiian Airlines is that the Hawaiian-Alaska partnership is having a positive impact. And we have, for you guys, plenty of opportunities to engage with the market. At the moment, we've got 15 live partner opportunities on the HTA website. So we're going to talk a little bit about what we've been up to over the first 2 months of the year, our accomplishments, and also what we've got over the next few months. At the moment, our big priorities are around supporting and pursuing airlift, supporting trade and industry programs, helping to generate those compelling stories, and showcasing Hawaii's brand to the market, a brand that shows depth of unique experiences and value. So this is just some of the activities that we've been involved with over the last couple of months. As mentioned, a real big push around trade, webinars, trade training, meeting with the product managers, the Visit USA and the Brand USA shows we've participated in. That actually involved 6 trade shows across Australia and New Zealand. We reached over 800 travel agents in Australia and 380 in New Zealand. We had 22 B2B appointments and 60 at the VIP event in Auckland. We also partnered Hawaiian Airlines and Hunter Travel with a consumer expo. That saw us in front of 7,000 consumers, and most importantly, there were compelling packages and deals sold through Viva Holidays. We participated in Duke's Day 2025 in Freshwater, which is a beach in Sydney that has a really strong connection with Duke Kahanamoku, who came there and actually, I guess, brought the fun of surfing to Australia. And there's a very strong connection with Hawaii around this event. It involved 3 days of community, cultural, and environmental events. There were actually 12 events in total, including film screenings, lei draping, yarning sessions. And when we say, or when the Aussies say yarning sessions, it's not sitting around knitting, it's talking story, basically. There were over 500 that attended those events. On the media side, we had the International Media Marketplace event in Australia, And we had 22 appointments with media from Australia and New Zealand, mainstream media, and also influencers. At that event, we also sponsored the Australia Society for Travel Writers Lunch, which was a great event, and again, got our messages across to those key media in Australia. So when we look at upcoming programs, on the media side, we've got a content partnership with International Traveller magazine. We have this partnership, I think, for the last 3 years, and each year it's a different theme. It includes a supplement, pull-out supplement that focuses just on Hawaii. The theme for this year is food and culture. We have a journalist from Kia Ora magazine, which is the Air New Zealand in-flight magazine, very shortly, and that's part of our visiting media program throughout the year. We'll have a group fam during the year, and we also have a content partnership with Get Lost magazine, which is around Indigenous Hawaiian experiences. So on the consumer front, actually, the image that you see there and the images that you've been seeing in the presentation actually are from a campaign that we had last year with We Are Explorers. But as you probably can see, it's very much aligned to the People, the Place, the Hawaiian Islands campaign, which we're also bringing or have been bringing into the market as well. So it's a nice transition to that. And it very much resonates with our market. We have a big travel expo coming up this month, a big social media push as well. And as mentioned, we're really excited about the Qantas Flight X Melbourne. We'll have activation. We've got media partnerships involved in that. On the trade side, we're involved with trade conferences with MTA, Luxperience. We have a trade for mill coming through in Q3. We also have a travel agent and a self-familiar program. So anyone who does have trade rates and wants to connect with Australian and New Zealand travel industry who are just coming up on their own, then you'll see at the end with our industry opportunities, which is hosted on the HTA website, there's an opportunity to connect with us, send that through, and we then have a document that we distribute to the industry in Australia and New Zealand. Of course, we've got webinars, destination updates, and other training coming up. Continuing on the trade, we love the month of May, which we brand the month of Lei, and it's very much a way for us to ensure that particularly the travel industry is focusing on Hawaii for the month. We have a lot of initiatives going on. We've got co-op, we've got trade advertising, but one of the highlights is we bring the island visitor bureaus to Australia and New Zealand with real comprehensive destination island training, and that will take place through that first week of May. We have plenty of co-ops. We've already locked in co-ops with My Hawaii, Flight Centre, and First Travel. And beyond that, we've got Qantas Holidays, Luxury Escapes, House of Travel, Travel and Associates. So as mentioned, a real big push with the trade this year. We've got some joint training workshops with Hawaiian Airlines, and we have Aloha Down Under. That's a big chance for many in this room to come to market. We put on events throughout Australia and New Zealand, targeting the travel agents, bringing your product and experiences to the travel trade with also media and VIP initiatives. So this slide here, we do have a QR code there if you do. And actually, these presentations are all going to be hosted or distributed on the HTA website or by HTA. So you will get a chance to see that if you've missed this QR code. But that will take you to a page where you can just register your information, your expression of interest. We're looking at either the last week of August or the first week of September for Aloha Down Under this year. And it will all take place within a working week. And we're really excited about Sea Cleaners bringing back youth ambassadors, particularly from Australia and New Zealand and possibly around the Pacific Rim, to Hawaii, to Maui this year in September around International Coastal Cleanup Day. What Sea Cleaners does is it brings these youth leaders, those who have a real passion for the ocean and an understanding of the issue around plastics in the ocean, and the fact that what we do in our own backyards around the Pacific Rim has an influence on what happens within the Pacific, including all our Pacific neighbors, including Hawaii. And what it does is it involves workshops, it involves beach cleanups, but particularly it's about focusing on how travel can play a positive role, and connecting cultures and people can play a positive role in aspects like plastic pollution in our oceans. I mentioned a little bit about partner opportunities. Again, you'll find this on the HTA website, be it the Group for Mills, trade or media, e-newsletters, our social media plan, co-ops, webinars, visiting media. We have a host of opportunity. Yeah, we've got at least 15 live, I think, at the moment on that website. So I haven't even had the 1 minute to go. It must have been the Pinot Noir from New Zealand, maybe, did the trick. Yeah. Because this is my last slide. So hello everyone, that's that QR code again. And am I introducing Kalani back up? Thank you.
Thanks everyone. We are actually on a break. So I have that good news. I'm going to ask that we come back at 10:50, 10:50. So we're on a break. Mahalo. Hello, everyone. If I can encourage you back to your seats, we want to begin the second half of our program.
Howdy. I'm the nice guy.
I know you guys all haven't seen each other in 5 days, but I promise there'll be lots of time after. Thank you, thank you.
Yeah, okay, and then. They usually be here, Trisha's here, I just need a Jen. Not really for me. Already gathered. Sorry, I'm missing it. I'm always shirt right now. Yes, we're gonna try again today. Yeah, I go early. Yeah, I went late, so. Good. Aloha. Aloha kako. Welcome back from the break. Hope you are all caffeinated and are ready for the next round of presentations. For those who don't know me, my name is JD Gu, Senior Brand Manager at HTA. Currently, I have China, Korea, Japan, and the Europe markets, as well as other projects. For Canada, Oceania, Cruise, you heard earlier, and MCI, that's all on Jen's plate, a big plate. Jen, please rise to be recognized. Jen has been with HTA since last July as brand manager for our brand team. And as for USA market oversight, we are lucky to have the one and only Caroline back in the market. Shall we sing the song? Where's Caroline? She was here. Thanks, Superwoman Sister. That's what I call her these days. For stepping up and stepping in to help our small brand team, small yet mighty, while we are looking for someone to fill the vacant position. Speaking of superpower, Trisha, please wave hi. Trisha is the unsung hero for our brand team. She provides wonderful, efficient support to all members of our brand team. She takes care of all the marketing contract encumbrances and payments. And she does millions of other things in between. So mahalo, Trisha. Okay, back to the real business presentations. Our next speaker is Dennis Saw, Managing Director, Hawaii Tourism China. Please put your hands together for Dennis.
Aloha, everyone. Before I start, Sue is here. And thank you for talking about the trade war. And welcome to my world. I've been this many years, so welcome. Welcome the boat, okay. So China market, yeah. This is a HTC team. We have a quite small team, but I always say we are a very strong team. Such a big market and such a complicated market, right? So William Zhang, Director of Travel Trade and Partnership, he's based in Beijing and covering entire Northern China. Jasmine Lee, our Senior Manager of Trade and Training, she's based in Hong Kong and Shanghai, covering Eastern China and Southern China for the travel trade. And Sarah Wang is our Director of PR and Social Media Marketing. She's based in Beijing. So 4 of us, small team, but strong team. Market situation. From the latest December data showed China industrial output far outpacing the retail sales and domestic consumption. The unemployment rate is ticking higher, highlighting the supply side strengthening of economy running a almost $1 trillion trade surplus versus other countries. Particularly to the US, it's about like $300 billion trade surplus. And but interesting thing is also Chinese domestic market is actually weakening. And export-driven growth fueled by manufacturing deflation, which makes Chinese goods more competitive in the global market, but also exposed to greater conflicts as trade gaps with other countries widen. Particularly, we talk about US, right? Lots of tariffs coming in now. And in domestic China, falling prices also eroded the corporate profits and workers' salary. So it's kind of very contradictory in terms of macroeconomy, what's happening in China. But one thing is firm, which is more matter or more related to the outbound industry. That is the currency exchange rate. And the Chinese yuan or renminbi versus US dollar, the exchange rate is very stable over the past couple of years. And we're also not seeing, forecasting any big fluctuation in this year or coming years. Outbound travel sentiment. The latest, Lunar New Year travel season, which is the one of the key travel season for Chinese outbound. So we're seeing some big shift actually in the market. The first of all is regional travel is close to recover to 2019 level, 48% increase year on year. And visa-free destination exceeded a pre-pandemic level, particularly highlighting like Malaysia, Singapore, and UAE. Respectively, we are seeing like 41, 26, and 14% growth. And also Chinese traveler to Japan doubled this year during the Lunar New Year. And remarkably, like almost 20% even higher than 2019's level, like about 7 million Chinese visitors going to Japan actually a year. And Europe also, we are seeing huge growth from China market, right? China outbound. So France 35%, UK 32%, and Spain 32%, Italy 24%, Germany 20%, all double-digit growth. And for North America, we are also seeing great recovery in terms of the seats capacity, mainly driven by more Chinese flights or Canadian flights flying between two countries. Like we see the number from Sue's presentation too, 165% increase from China to Canada. And the US is 42% increase compared to 2024. And the other big change is we are seeing more solo and FITs in the market actually. And same as the identical thing is traditional leisure group, not MICE. Leisure group is travel is in sharp decline in Lunar New Year. So 44% decrease for the regional, like particularly Asia travel, and almost half, 52% down for the long haul. So that's the biggest trend of what's happening in the market over the past actually Lunar New Year month. Global landscape. So total China outbound visits will recover to 130 million in 2024 versus 2023 is almost 50% increased. And to the US, we are receiving about 1%, actually 1% of total Chinese outbound in terms of the total visit to the US. But same like a growth pace, 50% increase in 2024. And for Europe, recovery to 8 million visitors in 2024 is about a 60% of 2019's level. And also, as mentioned, because of the visa waiver program in Asia, there's a significant increase like Thailand, Singapore, Malaysia, all these countries. And UAE is another like a standout performer. In the middle is UAE alone receives over 1 million Chinese visitors in 2024. And long haul Oceania is also considered as our competitors actually. And all 8 Chinese airlines, restored flights to Sydney. And our direct competitor in terms of island resort destination, Maldives, they also restored 5 major gateway cities direct flight to Maldives in 2024. This is what we are facing in a global market landscape for Hawaii, for China, a market. Airline synopsis, right? As of February 2025, we have 100 flights between US and China. It's like during the pandemic, all stopped, right? So started from 2023, there's 24 flights between two nations. Then 2022, 24 flights. 2023, 48 flights. So now we have 100 flights between two nations. But still, if you compare to 2019's level, it's still about only 30% recovered between US and China as weekly flights. And we are receiving about like 50,000 Chinese visitors, right, last year. We don't have the final number yet, but that's the best forecast. So how they travel to our islands, mostly they transit from Japan and Korea. So because there are over like 350 weekly flights connecting more than 20 Chinese cities to Japan and Korea, then easily just few hours layover, then you can get to Honolulu. That's how they travel. And you can also look at the airfare is very reasonable. This is a look at it in a bigger picture, total China outbound capacity trend. You can see the blue, light blue line on the top is the Africa, Middle East, mainly driven by UAE. It's already over 2019's level, like about 15%. And we're also seeing Europe shows the fastest growth going to Europe, right? So in 2024, it's also over 2019's level by about like 10%. And Asia Pacific as a total is recovered to about 80% is the orange line. And you can see because of US and China, all this geopolitical tension, we are still seeing lagging behind in terms of total air supply, about 30% recovered to 2019 level. Target market. I believe a lot of you guys already see this slide before. So just allow me to continue use this slide because there's no need to change the target audience frequently. And we think this is still most relevant. And the millennium individualist, family travelers, and high net worth individual. And we use 4 criteria to define the key, our target audience. Number 1, desirability to travel to island resort destination. Number 2, accessibility from the gateway cities such as Beijing, Shanghai, Chengdu, Guangzhou, to travel because as mentioned, there are so many flights connecting through Japan and Korea to Honolulu, and the high disposable income and the U.S. visa. All the Chinese visitors coming to U.S. need a U.S. visa. There are about almost 9 million U.S. visitor visa holders right now. And plus there are 250,000 Chinese students studying in the US with their families. We are talking about at least 10 million existing US visa holder, low-hanging fruit, very targeted audience, including the millennium, family traveler, and high net worth individual. Think about who can afford to send their kids to US for school. It's all from those high net worth individual families. That's our target market. Major accomplishment from Q4 2024 to year to date. So social media marketing is one of our core strategy, right? So core messaging from HT, the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands. We twist a little bit. In Chinese, we call it 拥抱一切想象, embrace all imagination, the Hawaiian Islands. So in 2024, we total posted 234 post content, and we gained 5.9 million views, impressions across all the major Chinese social media platforms. So WeChat, Weibo, Little Red Book, and Douyin. Douyin is the Chinese version of TikTok. And also we launched a new campaign during this Chinese New Year, the WeChat Red Envelope campaign. Here a lot of local folks, the line dancing, right? You use the physical red envelope, insert the cash, feed the line, right? Chinese tradition. But in China, actually, it's all gone digital. So this is, it's all digital. No more doing this, the line feeding the physical red. It's all digital. So we designed this year. We designed incorporating our Hawaii elements, Hawaii Islands logo. You can see here, the rainbow and our beautiful Napali Coast State Park as a background. And this is how we just stay on top of the digital trend in China. So I'd like to show a short video how it works on the phone. How you receive your hongbao, the red envelope in China, okay? So we issued a 2,000, the hongbao on our HTC account. It's snapped up in 1 hour. So next year, we're planning even do more. It's very successful. So the other core strategy for social media marketing is the influencer. So, based on the Influencer Marketing Hub's study shows influencer campaign can yield up 11 times higher ROI than the traditional marketing. Because, HTC has a very small budget, lean budget. So we try to maximize, $1, see we can try to bring $10, right, effect. So fortunately, we invited a foodie tour influencer, Wings Cookbook. And he has over like 2 million followers across all the platforms. So we gained like 2 short videos from him and 9 posts. And the total 1.5 million views, over 10,000 engagement. And some of his posts, I just want to share those examples of his post. And here, thank you so much if you someone from Sheraton Waikiki and hosting our influencer. And you can see all these Sheraton Waikiki and their properties restaurant there too. These are some of the examples from Wing's cookbook post. Travel trade and the honor, HTC also received the Excellent Partner of Year 2024. And myself and also from Meet Hawaii, Andrew Cole, we had chance also went to Abu Dhabi to receive this award actually, the global from the Global Partnership Summit. This is like 2,500 PAX conference, including worldwide travel industry, high-level executives from hotel, home, airlines, and also tourism board worldwide. So just to give you a little update on this is we're also working very hard from HTC team and also Meet Hawaii. We're trying to bring this Trip.com Global Partnership Summit to Hawaii. So working very hard. This is a 2,500 PAX group. Finger crossed. And the travel trade, we have also completed in 2025 travel trade education. And we also partner with ITB Shanghai and the US Embassy Beijing on the joint 2024 China trade mission, which was the first trade mission post-pandemic. We had also 12 of our stakeholders went with us to China this time, last year. And we also collaborated with airlines, OTAs, and for bundled travel package and the joint social media marketing. Upcoming major program for this year. As mentioned, the social media influencer is also one of our, we'll continue to invite those influencers to Hawaii. But this influencer is very interesting too. He's actually a doctoral student in architecture in UH Manoa. He's also a professional Chinese photographer and a member of Chinese Photographer Association. And he's specialized in travel and wildlife astronomy photography. And he has over like 2 million followers on his Chinese social media account. So we are working with him to develop more interesting content because his background in architectural and also studying in Hawaii shapes a very unique photographic view to showcase the beauty of our islands. And these are some of his works. Yeah, it's beautiful. And the airline co-op, Spring Airline, CH China Spring Airline. Spring Airline is the largest budget airline in China, headquartered based in Shanghai. So last year during the US-China Tourism Summit, Daniel Nahobi, on behalf of HTA, attend this summit and signed a strategic partnership with HTA with Spring Airline. So this is to follow up the strategic partnership MOU, and we're launching a new connecting flight by Spring Airline, collaborating with Alaska and Hawaiian Airline from Shanghai to Osaka to Honolulu. So limited offer, 2,000 tickets during the promotion period, March to June, only $970 for the round trip. Right, great deal, right? So, and also Spring Airline will do a live stream on their social channels in the coming months. And that's the picture how they do those live stream promotions. Trade mission this year, based on the success of last year's trade mission to Shanghai, Beijing, and we are, stretching even further is partner with Macau Tourism Office and MIT, Macau International Travel Industry Expo, in April 25 to 27. We joined this MIT, expo. This is we're going beyond further, right? So MIT covers more than just mainland China market. They have mainland China, also we call it Greater China, Macau, Hong Kong, Taiwan market, as well as Southeast Asia. So this trade show basically covers from mainland China to Hong Kong, Macau, Taiwan to Southeast Asia. So we'll be over like 1,000 buyers in that trade show. So thank you. A lot of you guys already signed up I got already 13 stakeholders sign up for this trade show. Mahalo for your support and look forward working with you guys and make this another success trade mission in the coming months. Last not the least, partnership opportunity. It's mentioned MIT coming in April 2025, and we'll continue the roadshow working with U.S. Embassy, Commercial Service Department, and there's a 4 consulate in China to Shanghai, Guangzhou, Wuhan, and also Shenyang. We've been working with them very closely. Also, Brand USA to with other U.S. destinations like California, New York, and DC to represent it as a still part of U.S., right? Hawaii, yeah. So we're promoting in China, and the spring airline package March to June. And the influencer fam trip, we're looking for another influencer fam trip in this last quarter. The goal is to promote our Hawaii-made products. And lastly, social media content collaboration as a stakeholder. If you have any beautiful promotion, beautiful pictures, videos, and just send to us if you like to promote in the China market. We will help you to translate and reorganize the format to post it. That's all. Mahalo and 谢谢. Oh, I'd like to introduce my counterpart from South Korea, Irene Lee.
Dennis. Aloha. I'm Irene Lee from Hawaii Tourism Korea. Here is our team. Actually, I'm attending here together with our account director, Jin, and our PR manager, Rosa, here. Mahalo. In our Korea office, we have Young, our strategic director, Mini Song, our consumer marketing manager, Minji Kim, our trade marketing manager, and Sam Cho, our marketing executive supporting the team. So we have 7 members in Hawaii Tourism Korea. Before going into our macroeconomic update, let me briefly share what's going on with our political scene in South Korea. Last December, our President Yoon declared emergency martial law, citing threats from North Korea and also accusing the opposition for anti-state activities. But National Assembly, fortunately, got together immediately and passed a motion to cancel the martial law, and later also passed a motion to impeach the president. So currently, our constitutional court is deliberating on the impeachment with a ruling expected in about 10 days. So in about 10 days, we'll know if we will have a new president or not. Although the martial law lasted only 2 hours, which is crazy, but it had a significant impact on our economy, leaving consequences. So the biggest impact was the foreign exchange rate. The Korean won rose almost 1,500 won to US dollar, which is about 11% higher in just overnight. And our stock market plunged overnight. So the Korean economy for this year, we're expecting only 2% growth. This is because of the Korean won being weak against US dollar, because our economy depends heavily on our exports. Inflation rate in January rose 2%, reaching the highest level in 6 months. This is also attributed to a weaker Korean won, which has driven up our import prices. Fuel surcharge in February for a round trip from Korea to Honolulu was $99, which is 3% increase, a mere 3% increase from January because Korean won continues to weaken. Number of outbound trips, the overall outbound trips from Korea last year reached 28 million, which is the same level as 2019. So we are proud to say that Korean outbound trip has 100% recovered from COVID. Despite everything going on with political uncertainties and economic instability, Koreans are still traveling. In January this year, we've seen the highest number of outbound trips in our history. So despite the chaos at home, Koreans are still traveling and Korean market is very resilient of external factors. For long-haul destinations, we still have some room to grow. For Hawaii last year, we had 155,000 Korean visitors to Hawaii, which is about 4% decrease from the year before. This is because we had the same number of air seats and the travel cost here is getting higher compared to our competitive destinations. However, the per person per day spending rose 12% compared to 2019. Koreans are actually spending more than pre-COVID here and daily spending about $318 per person. For airlift to Hawaii, we have Korean Air, Asian Airlines, Hawaiian Airlines flying direct from Incheon to Honolulu. And their flight frequencies remain unchanged. Korean Air has finally completed its acquisition of Asian Airlines as of December last year. And now they have begun integration process with Asian Airlines. For now, Korean Air will operate Asian Airlines as a like a subsidiary airline for now until they are fully integrated into one airline, which will take about 2 years from now. It's not official yet, but Korean Air will have a new logo soon, a new corporate identity, and they will be changing their logo. So it'll be just plain blue color, and they will get rid of the Pepsi logo soon. So you may not recognize them. With Air Premia, we were expecting them to launch to Honolulu in June this year, but due to insufficient aircraft availability, it may be a little delayed. So, but we are still expecting them to launch new service to Honolulu sometime this year. So if Air Premia launches that new service, we're expecting the total airlift from Korea will actually exceed the pre-pandemic level. Some top line latest new trends that I'd like to introduce. First is snog tourism. Korean travelers have shown strong interest in nighttime tourism because with the global warming and climate changes, we are having extended summer season almost from April to October. And people are exploring nighttime activities more to get away from the daytime heat. And 69% expressed a desire to visit destinations where they can experience beautiful night skies, such as stargazing. So Hawaii has a great opportunity there. Interest trip refers to a travel trend based on personal interest and hobbies. This includes huge interest in sports tourism that's growing in Korea. People go on trips to watch MLB games, NBA, going to Europe to watch soccer games, coming here for the golf tournament, or surfing competitions. And that includes marathon tours and also not only sports tourism, but it can also include like cooking class or yoga or fitness classes. For rent-a-car, we are increasingly seeing demand for rent-a-car demand for especially to US and to Japan. This trend highlights increased visits to small cities, small attractions beyond major attractions and gateways. Adventurous seniors. Korea is now a super aged country officially now, with 20% of our population is aged 65 and over. If that percentage of population is 7%, it's aging society. If that percentage is 14% and over, it's called aged society. But with 20% and over, it's called super aged society. So Korea, with the world's lowest birth rate, we have now entered that mark. So you'll see more adventurous seniors among Koreans. Now let's look at our year-to-date activities so far this year. Starting with the People, the Place, the Hawaiian Islands Social Project. This is a year-round social campaign that we showcase Hawaii's local businesses, festivals, agritourism, and volunteerism through our social media channels and our communication channels. For content creation, we have invited two popular Korean female comedians to film a girls' getaway theme travel. Let's roll the video here.
와우. 이거 캡처해서 너한테 선물하고 싶던 거야. 야, 캡처에다가 해놨어. 하긴 그쵸? 진짜 입속이야. 이거 봐봐. 여행은 사진만 남는 거 아시죠, 선배님? 정말 너무 푸짐해요. 옥스퍼드. 옥스퍼드는 대학이죠?
We decided to start our tree project. So we partnered with Hawaii Legacy Reforestation Initiative. You get to pick the tree that you want.
아. 의미를 담아서 자 한번 봅시다. 얘가 나보다 조금 큰데? 저는 이거 하고 싶어요. 왜냐면 이슬 씨와 제가 만나서 생명을 자손들을 번창해가지고 우리 후손에게 잘 살 수 있다. 좋습니다. 어루 만져줘. 애기 만지듯이. 오케이. 여기요? 문화센터. 하와이 왔으니까. 할로. 어머 너무 귀여우셔. 너무 귀여우셔. 네, 훌라 시간이죠.
Generating over 3 million in sense of time. I'll stop here. So for next program, we have collaborated with a TV show called A Clean Sweep in Korea. It's currently the most watched sports show, sports entertainment show in Korea. It's where retired baseball players, legendary players, they play against amateur teams. And it's been very successful. It's on its third season now, and Hawaii was chosen as the reward vacation trip if they reach a winning rate of 80%. So throughout the season, Hawaii was kept mentioning on the show as the goal to win the game. So at the end of the season, they finally they were able to meet the goal. They were successful. So they actually came, 37 players, legendary baseball players. They came here in February. They enjoyed the reward trip, and this vacation segment will be aired on national TV in Korea as well as on Netflix. We arranged Esquire magazine to do a special feature of Hawaii Triennale, and it will be featured in its April issue. We continue with our PR efforts, issuing press releases, news splits, and so far we have generated 10 stories in 44 key media coverage during the past 2 months. So if you have any new information that you want to share with Korean audience, please send it to our PR manager, Rosa, and we can incorporate that information into our press releases, newsletters, social media posts. For Hawaii golf promotion, we partner with Motour and Hana Tour in creating a golf consortium promotion for Hawaii. And so far it has generated over 600,000 total impressions and media coverage as well. Targeting the affluent travelers, we are working with Hana Tour, Zeus, which is a premium brand of Hana Tour, creating a tour product, a 10-day tour product featuring 4 nights in Oahu, 3 nights in Hawaii Island, 3 nights in Oahu, and a day trip to Kauai. And the estimated price of this package is $21,000 per person, and it's expected to generate over 1 million press coverage. My time is up, but just few highlights in our campaigns. We have 3 major campaigns this year. The first one is the People, the Place Hawaiian Islands campaign, and it's to encourage Hawaii in a more mindful and a respectful way. And our campaign programs include a trade fan focusing on developing regenerative tour itineraries. And we are also expanding our 3D showroom to showcase Hawaii's neighbor island. Currently, we have Oahu and Maui included, but this year we will expand it to by adding Hawaii Island and Kauai. Our next campaign is your one and only Hawaii campaign, which is targeting the higher end customers. And our goal is to encourage longer stays and increase visitor spending. So our programs include romance fam targeting honeymooners, partnership with credit card companies and department store high spenders, and a golf promotion surrounding Lotte LPGA tournament. Our last campaign is Signature Hawaii campaign. It's designed to showcase Hawaii through a diverse themed tour travel content and itineraries. Our programs will include B2B2C magazine and conducting media fans and developing a themed product such as Run Tour that includes marathon festivals. Lastly, our Hawaii travel mission in Korea this year in Seoul is scheduled for November 5th through 6th. This includes a VIP reception, our destination seminar, travel mart, where you can have one-on-one meetings with Korean key buyers, and MCI event. So we hope to see you there in November. My last slide, partnership opportunities. These fans and co-op opportunities are posted on HTA website. So if you're interested in partnering with us in Korea, please reach us. Thank you. Mahalo. Next, konnichiwa. Let me introduce Eric Takahara from Hawaii Tourism Japan.
Irene, 감사합니다. Thank you. Aloha. Oh, Hawaii Tourism Japan, Eric Takahara, Koinoa. Thank you. Aloha. And I just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank both of our legislative tourism chairs who stayed from the beginning to the end. And I just want to really thank you, Senator DeCoit. Thank you very much, Senator. And Representative Tam, thank you very much, Representative, for hanging to the bloody end. And also, I want to take this opportunity to welcome a very special guest here today. They are with the Alipay Plus team. And Alipay Plus, who those of you who are not familiar, is one of the largest global digital wallets. Okay, they're up there with Apple Pay, Venmo, PayPal. I don't care who they line up right up top with these people, with these wallets. So Gloria and her team, Sam and Kai are here. And the reason why I'm introducing them is that they will be talking with all of us very soon here. They only have 1.6 billion members in their digital wallet cache. And we are talking to them to do global destination promotions with Alipay Plus. And very soon, and I won't say it, so I don't want to blow it for you guys, but very soon they will have the largest Japanese digital wallet joining them and be able to use that in Hawaii as well. So at all the major retail, hotels, attractions, everything. So Alipay Plus, welcome. Okay, right into the market analysis. What's happening in Japan? Let's start right here. Japan is okay. Okay, everybody asks, when we we getting to 2019 numbers? We are going to get there. You saw the global trend in tourism. It's lagging. International travel is lagging since COVID. But when you look at the Japan market for Hawaii, we're trending in the right way. And it's super important for us to realize that we have to keep this up in market. You saw from every other global contractor that there are other destinations that are coming into their markets, our market, to grab that visitor, right, away from Hawaii. Because we've been the target for so long and we've been the baddest and biggest for so long, but now they see openings and they're shooting those gaps because they see vulnerability in what we're doing in markets. So all this to say is that we have to keep the pedal to the metal, and we have to continue to market Hawaii in Japan properly and keep the pedal to the metal and all the markets of our source markets. So we're trending in the right way, okay? Arrivals, expenditures, right? More, and we want more spending, right? We want more tax revenue, right, to the state. And Alipay Plus is going to help us with that because we're going to gain, market share in retail as well. Just the numbers, kind of, I put it in a graph in the first two slides, but that's what it looks like in the numbers. So we are recovering slowly, but steadily and surely. So what you don't want to see is you don't want to see the arrow go like this, right? But we are going like this. And that's why Japan is still a very viable market, which will be back soon. Okay, so here, air seat synopsis. We're not back to what we were in 2019. We're working towards it right now. There's been some seasonality, people like Zip Air going on and off, and things that are consolidating, especially with the Alaska Airlines, Hawaiian Airlines acquisition of Hawaiian Airlines. And so, there's some adjustment in the market, but as Jen shared at the very top, we are trending in the right direction. Okay, so we'll go in order right here. So about 65% of all outbound travel from Japan has recovered. 45% to Hawaii, right? So we're 45% of 2019 still. Still maintaining a pretty high per person per day spending, about $240 per person. The Japan economy, contrary to what you've been hearing for the last 30 years, is okay.
It is growing, small, slow, steady, but it is maintaining a country that is still one of the largest economies in the world, right? And the yen's value, let's put it into perspective, right before Trump became president, was 155 yen per dollar. Today, it's 148. So maybe Trump good for us. So we're hoping that the trend continues with the adjustment and recalibration of the yen to the dollar. It's still quite expensive for the Japanese traveler to come to Hawaii. So competitive landscape, and this is something that we're very, very aware of. Not only Japan, Korea, China, Oceania, everywhere, Canada, we know all the other destinations are coming after us. So us, Okinawa, that's the main domestic competitor for us, for Japan. Internationally, who's our competitors for Japan? This is really interesting. Australia is firing. They're like past 2019 levels for the Japanese market inbound into Australia. Airlines are adding lift into Australia, and so they're kind of infringing on our market share, for our customers. But when you look at it from a macroeconomic standpoint, Australia's numbers macroeconomically are more favorable. Their inflation is in check. The currency is more, is very favorable to the yen, and they have a lot of things going into their infrastructure. So, Australia is one that we're very, very keeping our eye on. Singapore, again, I always mention Singapore because they are investing. The government is investing a lot in their infrastructure to draw more visitors, international visitors. Surprisingly, but not too much, Thailand is. I know in other global markets, Thailand is drawing market share away from the Hawaii crowd as well. And Thailand, this one is interesting because I don't know, I'm kind of a Netflix junkie, but they have this show called White Lotus, right? I think that's called White Lotus, yeah. And they're filming in Thailand this year, and interesting enough, right? Their tourism numbers are rising. Guam again now coming back from the dead, so we're watching them, and. So again, like you've seen in other slides and other markets, despite being one of the most desired destinations to travel to, conversion-wise, we're still up, about number 3 according to Expedia Japan. We rose up from number 8. I think earlier, half a year ago, we were at 8 on conversion, but now rising up to number 3 on Expedia, so which is a good sign. Our Hawaii hotel pricing is still just, compared to other destinations, high. And what we're concentrating on is to attract more travelers through doing value adds. We're not discounting, but more value added stuff to combat, again, the unfavorable currency rate and inflation. So target audience, just like Dennis was saying, doesn't change much, right? The only thing I'll add to these 4 categories is affluent. Because that's the only guys that can come right now, right? The people who have the resources and the time that can come to Hawaii now at that exchange rate and then that inflation rate, it's going to be the ones that are the affluent. So the affluent, partners, the affluent families, affluent millennials is who we are identifying as our target audience for right now. Strategies, how do we go get them? Consumer strategies. So we need to address Hawaii's drop in ranking in a lot of areas in Japan, and we can do this by staying in the general public's face, right? Hawaii is still a big brand in Japan, but in other areas, we're slipping a little bit to these other destinations. So we need to maintain, and I keep saying keep the pedal to the metal, keep it revving at a very, very high level in Japan as far as the messaging goes, as far as the branding goes. So we have to keep doing that. We are going to be expanding on our high-value visitor promotion. You're going to see coming up. We will be releasing something to the industry as an initiative coming from the governor's office. So I'll get into that a little bit later. The targeted campaigns, right? Everything that we can do to promote the destination, get more niche, get more in there. A big one for us recently is the Cirque du Soleil show, Awana. And Aaron Salai, if you're still in the room, that was a fabulous job that you did on that. But new stories like that to tell, to be able to draw the visitor to Hawaii, the Japanese visitor. They always want new, they always want flashy, they always want good, and then that's what the Cirque show is. Storytelling, we continue to invest in, and then island-specific branding. We're getting there. We have to recover the market, mainly the big part of the market, which is 98% still Oahu-centric. So travel trade is another super important partnership for us. We love our travel trade partners, all of our airlines, all of our wholesalers, all of our online travel agencies, and we continue to collaborate with them hard. We are dedicating a lot of our co-op resources towards doing co-ops to drive bookings with our travel trade. Public relations will keep that up as well. You know, Mitsue and the team do a fabulous job in market, and we've been generating a lot of stories, a lot of digital marketing opportunities. We've been able, thank you very much for maintaining the resources in market, because we've been now able to invest a little bit more in our owned media to be able to increase and amplify the messaging in market, and continuing to, again, and I always say we've not tossed out the principles that make Hawaii great, right? Mālama. And that is always going to be in our DNA. But we, as we said 2 years ago, we're pivoting into more an aggressive message and directive in Japan, but the DNA always remains to be Pono and Mālama. So let's not forget about that. Island distribution, we are working on this, neighbor islands. We'll get there. We just got to recover the base of the market, and that's first in our priority list. Year-to-date activities, what we've been doing, our Yappari Hawaii, which is a very successful promotion and campaign, has been going well and well received. We now will introduce, we have introduced the 3-generation family version. We'll give a taste of that.
First, 子供のママ一緒の大家族旅行。でもね、子供と大人、片っぽの合わせた予定になりがち。そんな時は、やっぱりハワイ。子供が全体ではしゃぐ大冒険も、大人が夢中になれるディープな物語も、親を無邪気に変えちゃう地球のロマンも、全部同時に可能です。子供の想像力も、大人の遊び心も、親たちの好奇心も、全部一緒に臨みます。さあ、せーので指さそう。いつもの魅力が交差するここハワイで、誰かだけじゃない、全員主役の家族旅しようよ。旅始めるなら、やっぱりハワイ。
So it's got to be Hawaii, right? Yappari Hawaii, that's what that means. And this tested very well with all of our study groups and our focus groups, well received in a lot of larger kind of focus groups as we had as well. So we'll continue with the Yappari promotion and campaign. You see the results year to date so far. Our industry partner collaboration, those are the KPIs and the numbers. And like everybody else, we hit them, so good. And we will continue this. Travel industry partners are highly important for us, highly important for us. And this is kind of what I was touching on our official Japanese website. We've been now been able to kind of revamp this. This is going for about almost 10 years, and we're able to revamp it and really just kind of add in a lot of enhancements, bells and whistles. And we'll give you a little taste of that in a little bit here. The major programs for 2025 moving into this year. So we'll continue with Yappari and all of the digital channels and platforms that we have. We'll continue with that, as well as other platforms like outdoor and transportation and those kinds of platforms we'll be using to get this message out. This is the one I was alluding to earlier. The governor last year went to Japan 3 times, and on the 2 of those trips, met with our major stakeholders, our major airlines, our major wholesalers, our major suppliers, and they all told him Hawaii is just very expensive right now, and that's why you're not seeing the recovery that you want to see. And so he kind of offered up an idea that maybe we can do something to get back some of the Japanese travelers and offer almost like a kamaina rate campaign. And so we'll be coming to you with this proposal. And we hope to move the needle using this Yappari Kamaina campaign. And Mitsue and her team will be reaching out to you shortly. Advertising, digital marketing, we'll continue pounding this as hard as we can. The return on investment, as we know, in digital is very high and effective. Social media, influencers, so on and so forth, we'll continue to do that. Our digital marketing initiatives, especially the ones we can control and own, we have been able to reinvest in, and very happy to announce that yesterday, Mitsue, Ayako, and the team were able to launch our very own YouTube channel. So now we have a dedicated All Hawaii in Japan YouTube channel. And if you go check it out, please subscribe, right? Make our numbers go up. And I'll give you a little taste of that.
アロハ美味しい観光局の公式 YouTube チャンネルでついに新シリーズスタート。Youは何しにハワイに？ハワイを訪れる旅行者に突撃インタビュー。なぜハワイに来たのか、その意外な理由や感動エピソードが続々登場。あなたの次のハワイ旅行のヒントになるかも。スイーツハワイ。憧れのハワイのスイートルームに覗いてみませんか？ラグジュアリーな空間、絶景オーシャンビュー。各ホテル自慢のスイートルームをたっぷりご紹介。ハワイプール散歩。ハワイのホテルのプールを昼くんなるご案内。ふわふわ浮かびながら贅沢なプールタイムをレポート。From My Land。ハワイの美しい日常をそのままお届けするビデオポストカード。まるでハワイにいるかのような癒しの映像体験。忙しい毎日にアロハタイムを。見てるだけで思わずハワイに行きたくなるハワイ州観光局公式 YouTube チャンネル。チャンネル登録をお忘れなく。
So thank you to the legislature. Thank you to HTA for resourcing Japan properly. This is the kind of messaging that we have to continue doing as not to lose market share, right, to the other guys, and make sure that we protect Hawaii's brand. So our own media through digital, our media activity, you see, will continue with the media FAMs, all of the webinars, so on and so forth. Those are things that, one other thing that I'm very proud of is how engaged we are with our industry partners here in Hawaii. And as you know, if you attend the meetings, and I would say 99.9% of you do, you know what Mitsue and the team are doing always. And so, we look forward to continuing these activities. Our Hawaii Expo will be happening in 2025. Again, it's going to be at the Yoyogi Gymnasium. Just so you get an idea, Yoyogi Gymnasium was built for the 1964 Tokyo Olympics, was renovated for the 2020 Tokyo Olympics. So that's an idea of the venue that we'll be having the Hawaii Expo at. Consumer events will be continuing. We either are the main sponsor or endorse over 220 events, consumer events in Japan on any given year. Here are the target events. You can get this list. Don't worry about it. It's going to be posted. You can get it on our website, on our new YouTube channel. You can get this all over there. The information will be online. Japan Summit is happening very, very soon, next month. I know all of you, most of you, are going to participate. If you're not, then contact us on how to jump in on this. Okay, industry partner collaboration that continues with. And again, did I mention how important the industry partner collaboration is? It's very important. And so we'll continue with, these are examples again, and we can get into the weeds later, but all of these partners really just help us, right, supply more Japanese visitors to Hawaii. Travel trade education, we'll continue with that. Our VIP reception will be on this November. And this is where we, again, invite in person in Tokyo, in Japan, the top level executives, the president and CEOs of all of our industry partner companies, as well as a local delegation will be having. Some of our legislators will be there, as well as HTA board members. Our program continues. This is something that we are working on improving and revamping this now because we were able to do our digital stuff. And lastly, our partnership opportunities. That's what's, I think most importantly, the point of contact is Ayako. Anybody needs help here locally, just contact Ayako and she'll be able to help you. Mahalo. All right, and at this time, I would like to introduce the Vice President of MCI Global from Hawaii Visitors and Conventions Bureau, Ms. Lynn Whitehead.
Aloha. I think a title is, we actually get titles so that our clients will return our calls. That's what we use them for. Aloha. O Linko Uinoa, no Baltimore Mayau. Thank you. I wanted to do it the right way. I am excited to be here today to talk about the initiatives that we are doing in the Meet Hawaii team and share with you our plan this year. Today, we will start by revisiting who Meet Hawaii is and the role we play in driving meetings, conventions, and incentive business to the Hawaii Islands. I will provide market insights to give you a clearer picture of the trends influencing that strategy. I will highlight key aspects of our marketing plan and discuss the major global and domestic programs planned for the year, and I will walk you through how to access our partnership opportunities and invite you to stay engaged with our team throughout the year. I always like to start off by talking about who Meet Hawaii is. We are a true collaboration between the Hawaii Convention Center and the Hawaii Visitor and Convention Bureau to showcase the Hawaiian Islands as a premier meetings destination for meetings, conventions, and incentive business. HVCB is responsible for both citywide offshore business contracted, arriving more than 13 months out of arrival at the convention center. And and we also manage the single property sales efforts that books business across all islands. The Hawaii Convention Center, led by the amazing Terry Orton, is responsible for contracting local groups arriving within 13 months of arrival. Market insights. The global events industry is continuing to grow with a projected compound annual growth rate, a CAGR of 6.4% from 2021 to 2031, potentially surpassing $2 trillion by early 2030. Among all segments, incentive meetings are experiencing the fastest growth with a projected CAGR of 9.8% from 23 to 2028. By the end of 2025, global event spending is expected to return to pre-pandemic levels. North American MCI market is projected to reach $489 billion in direct spending, though growth may slow towards the end of this year. The market will be driven by economic conditions, geopolitical influences, which you've heard a lot about today, sustainability efforts, and social responsibility initiatives. You've heard this from Daniel, Jen, Jeffrey about the political landscape, and we're starting to see some impacts on our group. We actually have a group at the convention center that is a government group and was affected by the recent freezing of credit cards for the federal credit card that's out there. They saw an immediate impact of about 250 cancellations at their headquarter hotel. The great part about our industry is we have been seeing higher attendance within the different meetings that are coming to the islands. So I was talking to the client yesterday, and she said that their attendance was coming in around 1,800, which was projected at 1,700. So despite this little bit of a bump, we still had a good attendance at the show. And I'm looking forward to reporting out to you to see what the variance was between the local attendance and the offshore attendance there to see how well it did. While increasing costs and reduced airlift continue to present challenges, we are seeing positive movement in short-term bookings. The booking cycle used to be 7 to 8 years out. It then shortened after the pandemic. We're starting to see that grow a little bit more, but we still have an opportunity to book groups in the short term, which bodes well for our destination. A trend that continues, but unfortunately is being impacted by the U.S. government decisions, is increased attendance. We have enjoyed record attendance over the last couple of quarters, but clients are starting to be afraid to, they're not starting to, they have been afraid to contract hotel rooms. So they want to make sure that they don't have the liability in the contracts. So while the attendance, we have a group, Pacific Chem, that's coming at the end of this year, still projecting 15,000 attendees, but their room blocks have shrunk. The people are still coming, they're still staying in the hotels, they're still on the islands, but the room blocks are a little bit less. Contracted room blocks. Hawaii's strength in the MCI market are clear: aloha spirit, safety, and the ability to incorporate cultural and authenticity into events sets us apart. Our access to the Pacific Rim, a robust luxury hotel portfolio, and highly experienced sales team allows us to remain competitive. However, we continue to face challenges including high cost, workforce shortages, and limited airlift options. Meet Hawaii continues to build strong relationships with corporate and incentive groups on the West Coast, in the Midwest, and among key intermediaries. Our Aleli program also remains a unique and valuable asset, unmatched by our competition. I'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation. Threats include shifting national policies, increasing competition from lower cost destinations, and funding limitations that make it difficult to match competitor incentives when bidding for business. Another major consideration is the transient accommodations tax, which is currently one of the highest in the US at 17.75%. For comparison, San Diego offers a 12.5% tax, a hotel tax, and 2% of that goes into a tourism marketing district fund, which supports the MCI business in that region. Puerto Rico, 7.9%. This increase in taxes could make it harder for Hawaii to remain competitive in securing major meetings and conventions. Hawaii has a strong brand presence in Asia, particularly in Japan, where corporate incentive business is outpacing leisure by 60 to 45%. Airlift remains solid from Japan, Korea, and Australia, and the Australian dollar is performing well. And of course, another main strength is our team in the Asia-Oceania region, and our leader, Andrew Ko, who oversees the Asia-Oceania market, who's in the audience today. There are major opportunities to capitalize on Japan's corporate incentive market and expand our presence in Australia's association sector. One persistent challenge is visa delays, with some countries experiencing wait times of up to a year. I'm now going to go into our highlights for our marketing plan and talk about our target audience, public relations, our Meet Hawaii website initiatives, and our social media campaign. Our primary focus continues to be on corporate and incentive groups as they deliver a high economic impact. However, we also recognize the importance of diversification of our client base to maintain strong foundation across all segments. Our global MCI team has significant coverage in the United States, Japan, Oceania, Korea, and China. While we have representatives covering Canada and Europe, budget constraints currently limit our ability to execute major programs in those areas. Maintaining relationships across all market segments. I think you've heard a lot about that today. We have to continually stay out there so our messaging is strong. And that allows us to shift when we have different things that happen in the market segment so that we can continue to stay our messaging and grab the business for the destination. Our public relations efforts support our overall marketing plan by amplifying key messages across multiple channels. We have two primary objectives for our PR campaigns: engage influential trade publications to reinforce Hawaii's position as a top-tier meeting and incentive destination. And we also want to strengthen our local community engagement by sharing success stories that highlight the economic and social benefits of meetings, conventions, and incentive businesses in Hawaii. By combining these efforts, we ensure that both external audiences and our local stakeholders understand the positive impact of the work we do in this market segment. Last year, we launched a refreshed Meet Hawaii website, enhancing its design and functionality to better serve our clients and our partners. We continue to evolve this site and by developing tools that enhance pre- and post-travel planning options for our attendees. This initiative benefits both our clients and our partners by connecting attendees with unique island experiences. As you've heard me talk about, the convention attendee usually comes for about 3 or 4 nights and then goes to another island for their vacation. So this is a program that we're going to launch at the end of this month that will give you the opportunity to put some value-added options on a website that we can drive to the convention attendee. For Meet Hawaii, LinkedIn is our primary social media platform for sharing work and engaging with the industry. With over 1 billion users worldwide, LinkedIn is home to more than 15 million event professionals, including meeting planners, event coordinators, and hospitality executives. We encourage you to follow us and tag us at #MeetHawaii. We are ramping up our presence and look forward to supporting your posts and showcasing Hawaii's success stories together. Okay, I'm going to talk about major programs, but before I do, I want to talk a little bit about some of the work we did last year. We were down in our final numbers for the year, but we did, the Meet Hawaii team with citywide business and single property contracted over $815 million in economic impact to the destination. In 2025, for this year, we have 21 booked conventions that offer 174,000 anticipated room nights with an economic impact of $489 million. We also have 3 tentative groups from the Asia market segment right now that we're trying to close, one of which Dennis just mentioned that Andrew and Dennis have been working on, Trip.com. Our single property team has 213 booked meetings. Hopefully that's increased while we've all been here at this meeting. For 2025 is really actively working to close more 25 groups right now. We really, that window is moving quickly. PCMA, which is the Professional Convention Management Association, kicks off every year in January. This year, we attended convening leaders in Houston, and we connected with over 3,800 attendees. 68% of PCMA members are key decision makers in their organization, so it's a really important show. I would say second to our global presence at IMEX. We also hosted a client event with our partners, bringing together over 40 key customers to our reception. This year, we are excited to participate in several major initiatives. Our Northern California Roadshow, a key opportunity to engage with planners in a strong feeder market. Our first participation in the Sports Event and Tourism Association's trade show in April, which will bring together sports organizations committed to contracting hotel room blocks in their events. Do we see Chair Hanneman in here? Site Classic, a prestigious event that will bring top incentive planners to Maui this August. We're really excited to welcome them this year. And of course, our fall global attendance at IMEX is always an important show that helps us generate that end of the year business. In 2025, Meet Hawaii's primary goal in Japan is to expand corporate incentive business. Through our strategic partnerships with JTB and HIS, we are ensuring that Hawaii remains top of mind when corporate clients are selecting their next incentive destination. We have launched a nationwide competition in Japan for sales agents to promote Hawaii group travel. This initiative, developed in collaboration with JADA, has already attracted 1,600 sales agents from across Japan. The winning agents will receive an incentive trip to Hawaii sponsored by Meet Hawaii and our hotel partners. In January, our corporate event in partnership with HIS successfully brought 40 direct corporate clients together in Tokyo, further strengthening our presence in this market. One of our primary opportunities in Oceania is the association and sports market. And in 2025, we are prioritizing efforts to grow both of these segments. We've already secured an association conference out of Australia and a sports event out of New Zealand, scheduled for 2025 and 2027. By participating in targeted events and trade shows, we are deepening our engagement with these segments while simultaneously growing our single property and citywide business. Due to political tensions in Korea, which I think we heard about just a little bit ago, many corporations have cut back on their incentive travel programs. Despite these challenges, Meet Hawaii is committed to maintaining a strong presence in Korea so that when the confidence returns, Hawaii remains a top choice. In China, we are partnering with Hawaii Tourism China to attend the Macau International Expo that Dennis mentioned. We are also working to secure a major citywide convention from China, which we talked about, Trip.com. Client services. Client services in our LLE program do such an important work. Our client services team, their goal is to really create advocates for our destination and make sure that we're creating an experience after the group is contracted that makes that planner want to return so that we can create that repeat business. They also connect our clients to community and weave that culture into their program. So client services in our LLE program is something that I'm really going to be highlighting more this year so you can really understand the impact that we do. I want to take a little bit of time to talk about our LLE program. Debbie Zimmerman is here in the audience today, and she leads our LLE program. It's truly a unique initiative that sets us apart from our competition. This program plays a pivotal role in every phase of the sales process, providing invaluable support to help us win major meetings and conventions in Hawaii. Through the LLE program, we work with local community leaders to secure letters of support that demonstrate an organization's mission and how it aligns with our goals in Hawaii. When needed, these local experts also assist in presenting Hawaii during the bid process, reinforcing our case with authentic industry-specific insights. Nothing is more compelling than sharing the story of Hawaii from an industry colleague that wants you to come to their convention in their hometown. It's really something that makes us stand out from our competition. I haven't seen anything like it in any of our other destinations that we compete with. To give you a real-world example of the impact our MCI business and the LLE program can have, I'd like to highlight a special initiative that was developed with the Pediatric Academic Society, which is a convention that's coming to Hawaii this spring. Hawaii is currently facing a significant physician shortage. I think all of you are well aware of that, a challenge that directly affects our local healthcare system. Our LLE program played a key role in addressing this issue by integrating physician recruitment initiatives into PAS's 2025 meeting plans, PAS, Pediatric Academic Societies. A team of local pediatricians traveled to PAS convention in Toronto last spring to promote Hawaii at the 2025 host destination. Working alongside the Hawaii Visitor and Convention Bureau, they engaged with attendees and created excitement about the next year's convention, which is coming up in a couple of months. Beyond just hosting the event, PAS is actively working with local media leaders to develop physician recruitment efforts throughout their convention. They have partnered with Kapiolani Medical Center to support the hospital's own recruitment initiatives. Key efforts include a $40,000 commitment from PAS to boost visibility and engagement at the PAS meeting for the Kapiolani Medical Center, a dedicated webpage for Kapiolani Medical Center on the PAS website, ensuring direct access to recruitment resources. And while those are significant, I love this. They've put together the physicians have come together to put together their guide to Hawaii, and it's going to be on the PAS website to tell the physicians what are their favorite restaurants, where do they like to go. I think that's such a special way to connect this group to the destination. It's a perfect example of how meetings and conventions can have a lasting impact beyond tourism, directly benefiting Hawaii's economy, workforce, and local communities. And we have stories like this for every convention that we bring to Hawaii. Partnership opportunities and communication. We offer a variety of partnership opportunities, all of which can be, as you know, is on the Hawaii Tourism Authority's website. We also offer varied, I'm getting my timing and it's throwing me off. We offer varied reports on citywide booking pace, key travel click reports that provide valuable marketing insights. Additionally, in Q4 of last year, we launched our ambassador program, which ensures that each of our single property directors is dedicated to a specific island. This initiative allows us to improve the exchange of information between our team, our local partners, ensuring that we stay aligned with market conditions and opportunities across all islands. Through this program, we are able to provide island-specific updates to our partners, keep clients informed about the new offerings and opportunities across all islands, and strengthen collaboration between our team and local stakeholders. As we continue to evolve our strategies, our focus remains on enhancing communication, fostering partnerships, and driving business success for the entire destination. Mahalo for your engagement today. Thank you so much for your time. If you ever have any questions, our team is available. You can go on the Meet Hawaii website, and all of our names are up there. Mahalo. I appreciate it.
It started with me Aloha, everyone, and everyone online. It's Daniel again. I'm back. And I want to thank you all for being here. And I want to kind of give a little recap of some of the things we heard today, some of the important points that all of our hardworking staff and partners, as well as many of you have been involved in over this past year. Let's see, what did I hear? So let's start, one of the important things is we started off with some insights to really get us to understand what's happening here in Hawaii, as well as the external factors. We saw that though air seats and airlift is stable in some markets, there's some fluctuation and uncertainty. We did see strong economic factors. We talked about some of the federal things that are affecting us, but then overall, the economies are still strong on our target market areas. And at the same time, we hold ourselves not accountable, not just for economic development, but we have to look at how does tourism itself support residents? How does the communities actually get built up and improved through tourism and its connection? And how do our communities then be able to interact with that? In our an important part of the way we structured it this year, we put destination stewardship at the top, because really, as we talked about, we do all of this to help our communities thrive and survive, thrive, and be even better. That our destination of the Hawaiian Islands improves every year through the tourism and the experience that we create, the money and revenue that's generated. So there were many talks about some of the great things that Kilohana had been doing and how we are actually building up towards a regenerative tourism model, showing some of the training that we're doing, some of the community awards and impacts that moves us to the next phase of what Hawaii's tourism will be. We heard about some interesting things, say for cruise, you think it's just a basic product, but really the effort right now is to connect back into the community, increase diversity not only of the target audiences, but also the kind of products that are coming here. Increased luxury, exploratory, which is very in line with our regenerative tourism models, and then connecting with things such as Maui Ocean Center, bringing back that quality location that has always produced wonderful storytelling of the communities there on Maui, but then exposing that to our visitors who are on our cruise ships. We talked from the US market, we learned a lot. There's a lot to deal with, the issues. As we start to look at some of the technology that's being used, I think that was a common theme across many, both international and the US, that we mentioned about digital wallets as one of the technology factors that are coming about. Also AI, how that's going to be integrated in some of the products we do, and such. And that's an important factor. It's not just traditional anymore. China mentioned how it's not just traditional media. If we go into influencers, 11 times more in terms of the effects of using those influencers in that market, in the China market. Many have talked about targeting those higher spenders, and how do we do that, right? We know Hawaii will always be more on the premium luxury destination, and we want it that way because we want to see the revenue be generated for our communities. But then how are we going to market to those specific markets? How are we going to reach them too? There was talks about it's either certain types of media, but also targeting and finding where those new pockets of market segments are. And that also talks about those travelers, those high-value travelers want the unique experiences. So many of our GMTs asked you to be the people to help us support introducing the travel agents, the travel writers. So when they come around asking about FAMs, to highlight those great things that you all are doing here in the destination and support them so that we can move Hawaii to a more regenerative and competitive destination. on the marketing side, we've moved to this people, the place, the people, the place, the Hawaiian Islands. And really, it has the components that both sells Hawaii, but we're proud to actually represent Hawaii in the same way. It's focused, the phrase is the people. So everything starts from the people, as we've mentioned. It's these people-driven stories that resonates well in all of our markets, from domestic to international, and have been very successful. And then we talk about the place. Some of the things that came up in many of the international markets, that Malama Opportunities sells. We're doing it for the good to ensure that our land, or aina, continues to be sustainable. But at the same time, it also sells. And we're looking for new ways of developing those malama opportunities, things that when visitors get here, they can start to participate, to feel good when they leave here that they've actually contributed, and maybe they can learn something that take back and do the same in their homelands. So think about those and work with our GMTs to come up with these new opportunities, work with the travel agency and wholesalers to package some of the things that you're doing that's good, and maybe shift some of what you're doing to be even better. See, what else did we see? Oh, and then of course, they have wonderful trade shows and travel show opportunities. So please contact all of the GMTs and how you can get involved. Also the same, even with Kilohana, how you can get involved in supporting some of these community programs that they're working on. Maybe you want to be one of the mentors, can be one of the mentors in some of our CTC technical assistance programs that we've been doing. They've been very successful. Lastly, I want to say that it's really, as we mentioned, it's the success of the local communities that will help us in the long run. And all of the contributions that you all have been doing is important of creating that value add opportunity, right? So your eyes and ears are out there identifying what's new when you're in market here, and then we're able to broadcast it to the world through all the ways that we're using, through our GMTs, through those that were developing new products for us, from the destination stewardship, making sure that things align with what the community wants to tell, wants to be a part of, aligns with what we're selling and producing. And it's very important, kind of a last statement for me in terms of, in Hawaiian, it's the thought process is slightly different. When we talk about the past, we actually look at it in the future. Mamua, right? Wa mamua. When you talk about the future, it's actually behind of us. Wa mahope. So you have to remember, in the future, it's everybody behind of us pushing us forward. And that's what we all have to be here. HTA, we're the ones pushing you guys all to strive to be even better. And that's what I want to leave the message for today, is that we're here to support all of you to be the most successful. And in doing so, Hawaii, the state of Hawaii and the Hawaiian Islands will be the global destination and the wonderful place to live. Mahalo. If this is the closing, I want to remind everybody two things. First off, this Friday, we have our tourism day. So we'll be down at the legislature, as we mentioned, that we need to communicate our story, but also so they can get to meet all of you and the good work that you're doing. That's Friday come down by 8 o'clock, because we'll have activities. The tables are all open from 9 to 12. And then looking forward to the fall. We'll be back here for our conference. It'll be from September 22nd to 24th here in the Convention Center. Wonderful ideas, some of the things that we should carry forward, maybe bringing a couple of AI speakers to figure out how we can work with AI in this area. Our global digital wallets and some of the new technology. So please, if you have any ideas that you want to think about and have speakers or do sessions on, please reach out to us and we'll develop that. But see everybody either Friday or again in September. Mahalo.
You know that? Oh, yeah. Mars is here. Such a hard time. It's always been dreaded about daughters.
Like I can do this as slightly as, and there it goes.